Hey, John, it's Chuck.
Hi, Chuck.
Hey, before we get started, bang the gavel virtually. Let's just confirm if you blink out, Rebecca will step in, and then we'll all be on hold, silent, waiting to make sure you've got a quorum of board members. And once you can count a quorum, why don't we go ahead and get started at that point?
Okay. Okay, I do believe we do have a quorum. I see Matt made it on. Damon. And board member Pavley is calling in from out of state, so hopefully we'll be able to add her when she gets here. She's so I haven't seen her yet either, but Mr. Chair, we do have a quorum if you want to get started.
That'd be great, John. Welcome, everybody. I think we've got a series of items John wants to discuss for our logistics, and then we'll get into the agenda that's been published. I'll just say initially, it's a moment of happiness. We have 2 new board members. I think John will take us through that in a minute. And they step into a long history since the 40s of this board making a huge difference in California. Almost always the board is engaged in partnership-driven support for real on-the-ground results from the north to the south, the far east to the west of our state, which I'll just say may be even more important now, if anyone's paying attention, just the dynamics we each struggle with professionally and personally under the global pandemic, those of us that have young children or other family members affected, the cascading effects of climate, including seeing it play out on our TV screens relative to these catastrophic wildfires. One can kind of lose hope in California, but today's meeting is the exact thing that should give us hope. We'll end up taking a tour across the state. We're going to see amazing photos of projects being proposed, and the board has the ability to help turn the needle on conservation. So don't lose hope, everyone. John, back to you on that.
Great, thank you, Chuck. And yeah, just real quick, we do have 2 new board members. Ms. Catherine Phillips, who came to us, retired from the California chapter of the Sierra Club. And then Mr. Damon Nagami, he's a senior attorney with NRDC. So I welcome them, really looking forward to working with them, along with the rest of the board members over the next 4 years. To begin with, I'll do a roll call, and then I'll get into meeting logistics. Because this is a virtual meeting, there are some protocols that I'd like for us to adhere to. Well, it just will really help the meeting go a lot smoother, more timely. So with that, I'll do a roll call vote. So Chairman Bonham?
Here.
Matt Almay for the Department of Finance?
Here.
Pete Silva?
I'm here.
Alina Bokde?
Here.
Oh, right on, she made it. Thanks, Alina. Board Member Pavley? She's not, I don't believe she's on yet. Catherine Phillips?
Here.
And Damon Nagami?
Here. Thank you, John and Chuck, for that warm welcome. Really glad to be here.
And before we get into the meeting logistics, do the 2 new board members want to have any opening comments that they'd like to make before we get started?
No, just that I appreciate the appointment. I'm looking forward to working with all of you. Some of you I've worked with over the years. So in some ways it feels like going back to work, but with some of my favorite people. So thanks.
Great.
Couldn't have said it better myself. I echo exactly what Catherine said. Glad to be here.
Great, and once again, welcome. So meeting logistics. The meeting is being conducted via Zoom. For those using a telephone system, you can access a presentation that the board will be presented today, as well as the public, by way of the Wildlife Conservation Board website. And you pull down the presentation from the meetings tab and you can follow along that way. If you are using a phone system, you'll need to press *6 to unmute yourself and mute yourself. Also, during, excuse me, public comments, I would like to ask that you use the raise and lower hand function, which can be found at the bottom of your screen, and then I'll call upon you if you wish to speak. If you're on the telephone, you can press *9 to raise and lower your hand. So the format of the meeting we'll complete the first, I think, 4 items on the agenda. And then we'll go into the consent item calendar, which includes items 5 through 21. And I'll take any questions, comments from board members at that time, if any, and then take any public comment, if any, on the subsequent, and then a subsequent motion for the consent calendar. And then I will read the motion into the record, and then because we're meeting virtually, this is a virtual public meeting, we will have to do a roll call vote. So I will handle the roll call vote on the particular items. We'll then move into the presentation calendar, which is starting on item number 22. I will introduce the project, notice any letters of support or opposition that we've received since the agenda has gone out. I think if you've noticed the agenda, over the last couple of meetings, we've included support letters that we got and opposition letters that we've received early on before the agenda is posted. So we've included those, and that really cuts down on the time that I read letters into the record. So I will read any letters into the record received after the posting of the agenda. Like the consent calendar, I will ask for board member comments and/or questions on any of the projects and any of the presentations, and then ask for public comment on those individual items. However, if any board member has any question or needs clarification during the presentation, please speak up. Don't hesitate to reach out and ask any questions at any time. For public comment, for any member of the public making comments, please state your name and your affiliation. The order of the public comment will be as follows. Those of you who filled out a speaker card in advance of the meeting, I will call on those first. And then please use the raise hand function, either on your phone or on Zoom. And then we will call on you if you have not submitted a speaker card and you wish to speak. I will ask again, just one more time, if there's any additional public comment on the phone system, just so we don't miss anybody. And then also I ask that you please remember to mute and unmute yourselves. It's pretty critical during a virtual meeting. I think we're all pretty used to this format now, but I even forget sometimes, and it's just one of those things. Similarly, like past board meetings, I would like to ask the board if it would be comfortable holding off again on the motions and holding off on individual motions until all the presentations are finished. So if so, one motion we will have for the consent calendar, and then I'll do another motion at the end for all the presentation items. But then if any board member wishes to condition or approve subsequent condition of a project, or would like to prefer to have a roll call vote for any particular item, I will call for that motion, and then I will read the motion, and then we'll take a roll call vote at that particular time. So is there any questions on meeting logistics from board members? Okay, hearing none. One last thing, I'm expecting Secretary Crowfoot, Wade Crowfoot, is California Natural Resources Agency Secretary, is hoping that he can join us about 2 o'clock. So when and if the secretary shows, we'll kind of make arrangements to accommodate his schedule at that time. And then we'll just see how it goes and ask him to make some comments at that time. So are there any additional questions and or comments that the board members would like to make, or any opening comments at this time?
To John, real quick, it looks like Senator Pavley may have joined us, and I might have missed it, but could you check and make sure our advisory board members, we do a roll call there too?
Yes, thank you, Chuck. So for
Fran
Senator
Pavlik
Borges,
joined you.
Megan D'Souza. Great. Hi, Fran. Annalina's here too. We do have a full quorum board members. So Catherine Moore for Senator Stern. Good. Katarina Robinson for Senator Skinner. Keith Cholino for Assembly Member Garcia.
I'm here, and I noticed Catherine Moore in the attendees list.
Okay. Thank you. And then Jim Metropolis for Assembly Member Friedman.
Present.
Great. All right. So with that, we'll move into item number 2. This is standard item in our agenda to allow for public comment for any items that are not on the agenda for the public to make comments. I would like to ask that public limit your comments to 2 minutes. Please raise your hand or speak up if you have any particular comments. I do have 2 speaker cards for this item. Mr. Nick Joslin.
Hi, I was hoping Conrad Fisher could go before me.
Okay, Conrad.
How's that? Now am I unmuted?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. My name is Conrad Fisher. I currently work with Water Climate Trust, and my home is on the Klamath River, and I've been working on stream flow restoration issues for a very long time from both a perspective of upholding existing laws, which if enforced would provide in-stream flows in excess of what we have today, and also voluntary transactions. In 2016, as several of you may recall, California Coastkeeper Alliance I worked with California Coastkeeper Alliance to release a report entitled Measuring Cost Effectiveness of Environmental Water Transactions. And we hired an economist who has worked on environmental water transactions throughout the country. And we wanted to kind of apply a metric he created to California. The ultimate conclusion of the report, Measuring Cost Effectiveness of Environmental Water Transactions, was that while in some areas of Oregon, data is collected that will allow us to measure cost effectiveness, in California, data at that time had not been collected in such a manner that the economist and the team could have measured cost effectiveness. And this is a very basic metric: money in and water out by a few different measures. How much money for how much water for how much money. So I guess I'm hoping to continue this discussion. Has any of that happened since 2016? It's been 5 years. If it has, then can we go through the process of kind of just giving a report on how effective past investments have been? If it hasn't happened, could we maybe talk about starting? And I know this is not an official agenda item. Maybe it could become an agenda item in a future meeting. Please give some feedback on what next steps would be, what form this could take. I think it's essential now more than ever that we ensure that public investments, specifically when the intent is to achieve increased stream flow for fish, actually achieves it. And there are a lot of different ways to do the math, I understand, but I from where we were in 2016, there was a lot of work to be done. So I guess I'm asking where we are and what next steps might be in this process.
Okay.
I don't know if this is a forum where in the past we've had back and forth about these things, but I don't know if that's still the way you do things.
Yeah, since this item isn't particularly agendized, I don't think we can take action on this right now, but I would like to say, I know my staff have been in contact with you, Conrad, and we'll continue those discussions. I would like to circle in the department's water branch folks on any discussions that we have. I think it's a great idea. We were planning to bring information back to the board at some point. And this past year and a half, almost 2 years now, with COVID, I know it's kind of put a damper on the way we do things, but we do have staff that's available to help work on that. And we are planning to bring back a report to the board to show how effective and just what our stream flow has accomplished over the last 4 years. So Chuck, did you have a comment? See your hands up.
Two things. Conrad, nice to hear your voice. First, I think it's a natural and important item for the board to put into its stream flow enhancement program discussion, because that is a program this board, as you know, uses to allocate funds for purposes of improving stream flow. So looking backwards and judging success, I think, is rational. I thank you for reminding us. Then second, I have an example related to your question when we get to agenda item 22 today. I don't know if you'll still be on. So thanks for the feedback, duly noted, and it's an important part of the discussion I think the board should engage on with you and others.
Okay, yeah. And thank you all very much. If this could be an agenda item in the future or a resolution, something formal, like, yeah, just please let us know what the next step is.
Will do. Thank you. So Nick Joslin.
Waiting for the unmute. Okay, I'm unmuted. Hi, I'm Nick Joslin, Mount Shasta Ecology Center, resident of Siskiyou County, and I was just here to echo Conrad's concern. I think some of us residents who see the monies be spent on projects up in Northern California have had concern that we don't see more fish as a result, we don't see more flow as a result. And so our concerns grow as more projects are requesting funding through the Stream Flow Enhancement Fund, particularly in the Shasta River, where there isn't a guaranteed base flow. We have seen some of the worst flow ever recorded this summer. Yet we have also seen millions spent in order to enhance flow. And so I was just here to echo what Conrad said. I'm looking forward to hearing how this proceeds, whether it has to be retrospective on previously funded projects or developed to just incorporate new funding projects. I think that could be an open discussion. But thanks for your time, and I hope to hear more from you guys about this.
Great, thank you. All right, any other public comment? I see no hands raised. All right, so we'll move into item number 3. This is a funding status. And this is just a screenshot of the fundings available for capital outlay projects, major capital, minor capital outlay of bond funding, greenhouse gas reduction funding, habitat conservation funds, as well as some general funding that we received in this most recent budget process. I typically don't go into depth on this, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that you all have. We do have, we're pretty in good shape from a funding perspective. And just to let the board know, as well as the new members, we did receive a $65 million allocation through the trailer bill process of general funding for drought emergency type projects within the lens of wildlife corridor and fish passage type infrastructure projects. And so that's what's reflected in the general fund that you see in the funding status. There also is a $10 million allocation of general fund money specifically earmarked for the Lone Pine Ranch, which you'll be hearing later today. And the timing of the funding and the structure of the transaction for the Lone Pine Ranch, you guys will be seeing a phase 2 project at some future date, probably in February, that will take into consideration and potentially approved the use of that $10 million to apply towards the Lone Pine Ridge. So that's the general fund. So that's our funding status. If there's any questions from board members, be happy to answer them. All right, seeing no hands raised or nobody jumping in, we'll move on to item number 4 in the agenda. This is the executive director's report. Just a couple items I have, and the majority of this report will be presenting our justice, equity, and diversity and inclusion work that we've been doing, not only internally at WCB, but also hand in hand with the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And Rebecca Friss will give us the presentation, kind of show you what we've been up to. So I'll turn over to Rebecca. So.
Great, thank you, John, and good afternoon, board members. Welcome, new board members. My name is Rebecca Friss, and I'm the Assistant Executive Director here at the Wildlife Conservation Board. And we have had a previous conversation about this topic, and we will have additional conversations in the future. But I was going to just give you a quick overview of what I've been working with the department on and start talking a little bit more with you guys on how WCB is going to move forward with this. Next slide, please. So, JEDI, which is Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, why does this matter? And of course, we are really working to ensure that we are giving equitable access to our public lands for outdoor recreation, and that everybody has access and interest in getting to outdoor spaces. And we also want to make sure that we have a workforce that is reflective of the Californians that we're serving. And so I have been the point of contact for WCB with the department on two different JEDI efforts. One has been some training happening around the Capital Collaborative on Race and Equity, which is some formal training I'll talk about. And then second on just the Fish and Wildlife's JEDI team, which has already developed a plan and is implementing some actions internally. Next slide, please. So the Capital Collaborative on Race and Equity is a formal training program that I've been engaged with like 15 other folks from the Department of Fish and Wildlife. It's being put on by the Public Health Institute, and we are about a year into it. So we've been actually getting formal training for the last year or so on how to develop a race and racial equity plan. And this has been really valuable training on the history of race and equity and institutional culture. And we're at the point now where we're running through a racial equity tool. And in the next couple months, we will complete our training and then be on our way to actually develop a racial equity action plan tailored for department and WCB needs. Next slide, please. And then in addition to that, I've also just been working internally with the department on a justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion action plan that has been developed over the last year or so just for Fish and Wildlife. And as part of this, we've been doing some small work group actions, and a lot of this has been internal accountability. So one small group is about accountability and transparency, where we're working with the Fish and Wildlife Lands branch on potential tribal land acknowledgements and also how we can better incorporate ecological knowledge. Next slide, please. I in particular have been involved in the employee engagement subgroup where we're really talking about best hiring practices. How do we get more folks applying for Fish and Wildlife or WCB jobs? How do we actually survey folks that are coming and going to see if they're getting what they need from us in employment? Another subgroup is recruitment and branding, which is all about updating and kind of making our websites and our jobs more interesting to folks. Again, to bring in that more diverse workforce and potentially hire a broader diversity of folks into the natural resources fields. And then we're also looking at how to do a better job through social media. Again, just to broaden our net and make sure that we're bringing in the most diverse group of folks possible to be working with us. The last small group is also just retention and inclusion, about just making sure staff on hand are interested and involved. This also includes developing some regional teams. So in Fish and Wildlife, there's a number of regions that hopefully will each have a regional team. And then also we're now working internally to see if we can develop a WCB team around Jedi. One more slide, please. So, what are the next steps in engagement for the board and for WCB? I mean, I first want to acknowledge that this is definitely a journey. I mean, these are challenging issues, and we want to be able to be deliberate and really think through our path on how we're going to address these issues for WCB. And so I do initially just acknowledge that folks are at different places in their education and learning on what we should be doing around some of these topics. So we will acknowledge that and make sure that we are being sensitive to everybody's learning process. But one of the big next steps for WCB is to develop its own kind of internal Jedi team to really see where we take some of this work and actually implement it for WCB and our outreach and granting processes. So I do already have a subset of folks that have volunteered to work at this just at the WCB level. And so we will start meeting and talking about kind of what specifically we want to see WCB do in this space. And from that standpoint, I want to also hear from the board members if there's a subset of board members that would also be interested in helping either review things that the internal group comes up with, or providing their ideas on ways WCB should engage in this space. So that's kind of the plan. I feel like I've done a lot of work with the department, but we're now at a point to really start focusing in for WCB to see how we engage in some of these issues more specifically and get your input as we do that. So I would welcome any board members that have thoughts or interest in that to reach out to me for that. And that's where we stand right now.
Hey, Rebecca, I think I could jump in and go first, but we have a lot of expertise in the board in different ways in this space. First question, I know the answer, but my understanding is the department has made public its Jedi plan, and would you be willing to insert the link to that in the chat or
Yes.
afterwards to make sure each of the board members has access to it?
Yeah, we've sent that out previously. I will put the link in the chat again and make sure, especially our new board members, have a copy of that as well.
Great. Second point, and then I'm curious, Alina, President Silva, others. So it's happening all in the same space. So I think it's important to realize the Wildlife Conservation Board has this incredible synergy with the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And, it's almost soon it'll be a 100-year kind of dynamic of that relationship. Simultaneously, we have a sister commission, our Fish and Game Commission, which is 150 years old. And all at the same time, we're each pursuing actions in this space. We're helping at the department fund the capacity for the commission to do a public process in this space. Our staff, Rebecca, our staffs are intermixed in the WCB DFW work here. And it runs to our tribal programs. It's the first time ever our commission has actual full-time staff doing tribal liaison work relative to commission decisions. We're actually returning lands at the department. And it goes even broader. Many of you know at the department, we have about 400 sworn peace officers, wildlife officers. As part of this overall dynamic, they've taken the steps to be the first biggest state enforcement agency to go full body camera, dash camera as part of this dynamic of community policing, progressive reform. So there's a lot going on in the last year and a half across our three entities here.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, Chuck. This is Alina. I just wanted to add a few comments. So Rebecca, count me in for participating in helping with any review or any advice to the committee. So thank you for your presentation. I mean, I think that it seems, and I do want to read the JEDI report. I really like the work that's happening kind of internally with staff to both do the staff training and also looking at issues of recruitment, potentially hiring, and how to diversify staff. So I think that the internal work is obviously really important in looking at policies and processes internally. But I also think with the board, with the WCB, and we've talked about this also in our strategic plan, is to be able to measure outcomes through data and having a data-informed approach. So if we're talking about things like equitable access, like what's a target goal? How do we define equitable access, and how, what's a target goal that gets us to kind of move the needle for the board, and also, making sure that the definition does include a racial analysis, and that there is a racial justice component to how we're even looking at data and impact and outcomes. And so I think we're doing really good work in being able to track where the funding is going. But I think being able to bring in data that has additional layers that again support, diversity, equity, inclusion, racial justice is going to be critical to looking at, are we reaching and impacting, communities that have been historically left out, or even, not having the same levels of investment and impact or access to open space. And so I think I'd love to really work on both a data approach to creating those outcomes, but also really thinking about definition and equitable access. And I'm really excited that this work is happening. And also, I think figuring out also how this work can continue to support some of the 30 by 30 goals as those in the plan, as that all continues to move forward. And I know there's a lot of exciting work and community conversations happening around the 30 by 30 that I think will also bring some important strategies, goals that, will elevate the need to kind of diversify and add an equity lens to this work. So just really excited about this work. I'm here to support and look forward to working with you on this and the board.
Thank you. Yeah, one thing I just wanted to add there, Alina, is that we are developing and learning how to use certain tools that do bring in that data aspect. So, what are those indicators that really tell us where, how our actions are impacting maybe disadvantaged communities. And then another piece of it is actually engaging with those communities and actually hearing from them on what they're interested in seeing and doing. And that's something I think we always can do a better job at. And so that's another maybe area of emphasis we may pursue a little bit more. So there's just so many things that we really can be doing. So I am kind of excited to kind of get some input and hone in on a few real key tangible things that we could be doing differently to make a difference.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I agree. Community engagement and outreach, partnership engagement, having a strong partnership plan, all of those will be really important in terms of the strategies that will help advance this work. So.
Yep, I agree. Thank you, Alina. Any other board member want to make comments?
Yeah, John, this is Pete.
Yeah, Pete.
Yeah, I just want to say for the commission, we're also working on the same effort. Chuck has really helped us out with some funding to continue the effort to hire some consultants. And, for us, we have such a small staff, but really for us, it's how we, ensure that everybody participates, how we get folks involved, engaged in our process at the commission, and how we get folks engaged in the outdoors, working with the department. So some really good efforts. And, I really want to see what the board is doing, and then sort of try to match what we're doing with the department also. So Thank you.
Just a quick comment on that. I think while we're all still dealing with COVID and that kind of thing, one of the bright lights out of this whole process, once it's all over, is, learning how to do these virtual meetings at a board level. Just in the last year, our participation on the public side has increased over 100%. And we're hearing from organizations, we're hearing from individuals that we may have not been able to reach, or they may not have had the opportunity to participate in what we do and the decisions that we make. And because we've always held our meetings in Sacramento. And so, that's one bright light out of all this virtual stuff, is that level of participation and, engaging those communities that we might not otherwise had the opportunity to reach.
It's a great point, John. Thank you for bringing it up.
All right, is there any other board member comments? Any comments from the public? I can't see no hands raised.
Actually, there's a couple hands raised, John. There's David Webb, Conrad Fisher, and Zach Crum. So if you want to call them, we can unmute them.
Go ahead, Celeste, why don't you call them, please? Because you can see their hands.
Okay, so David Webb.
All right, thank you, Celeste. This is David Webb from the Friends of the Shasta River, and I'd like to both compliment Mr. Bonham and build on his statements about the important role the Wildlife Conservation Board has played in the past. This past summer, we have really struggled with inadequate in-stream flows in the Shasta River, and at times seeing it be dewatered to the point where there was barely 4 CFS flowing downstream in a river with a base flow of 150 to 200 CFS, even in a drought year like this. At the same time, we do have some 1707 water that's supposed to be in the stream, but it's never reaching the mouth. And that 1707 water is actually owned now by the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And it's disconcerting to see water that we all have bought not reaching the mouth of the river for one reason or another, and it's certainly not for want of desire for it to be there. So I'd like to also add to Conrad Fisher's comments about a desire to sort of look into the disposition of water that's been purchased by the Wildlife Conservation Board, and whether or not adequate data is being gathered to show what we've really gotten for our money there. And if not, what we might do to make sure that we can actually document what's been done and what's been achieved, rather than just hoping for the best. And so if we could perhaps have a workshop at some point in the future where we can focus strictly on the tracking of water and the tracking of water through grant projects, or maybe one-on-one with several of us that are interested, working with your staff, we'd really appreciate it.
Okay.
And one last thing, I'd like to thank you all for the likely funding you're going to give to the wildlife crossings on Highway 97. I drive that road many times. I look at the 8-foot fences on either side, which should prevent deer migration. And it'll be a great thing to provide passage there and let that deer herd rebuild itself. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Webb. I just want to remind folks who have their hands raised that we were on item 4 talking. So if you could limit your comments, at least at this point, to the Justice, Equity, and Diversity Inclusion update. We will call on you for projects later in the agenda if you have any comments. But right now we're taking public comment on item number 4, the Justice, Equity, Diversity, Inclusion update.
Conrad Fisher.
Hi, thank you. I'm happy to see the Wildlife Conservation Board engaging in this JEDA process. I didn't hear it mentioned, but I'm sure many of you are aware the Water Board, the State Water Resources Control Board, is also undergoing a racial equity initiative and resolution. And I'm going to kind of reiterate what I and people I work with said in response to their resolution, which is that water allocation historically is a racial justice and equity issue, specifically for California's tribes and river dependent communities. Historically, water was over allocated for non-native out of stream uses. And we are today living with that over allocation of water. So there are generally two ways to rectify that. One is to pay people to leave water in stream, and the other is to quantify how much water must stay in stream according to existing laws, i.e. established in-stream flow requirements. As you know, most streams in California do not yet have in-stream flow requirements consistent with existing laws, such as the Endangered Species Act, Public Trust Doctrine, Reasonable Use Doctrine 5937. So until we do that, when we are paying people to leave water in stream, we are arguably paying people to not rob a bank. We are arguably paying for water that already belongs to tribes, fish, future generations, the river. So that's just where we are. So I think if we're going to truly talk about racial equity, we need to just be honest about that, about who the water belongs to, and be honest about the rights of river dependent communities versus the rights of water right holders and how they interact. From the perspective of an agency who's tasked partially with paying people to divert less, let's think about this. And when we're paying for temporary in-stream dedications, are we paying someone to leave water in the river they don't own in the first place? And if so, maybe we should attach more strings, achieve more permanent transactions, achieve more things in line with water right retirement and a just transition to lower water consumption overall. So as an example, if someone asks for $1 million for a pipeline to divert water from the Shasta River, let's look at whether maybe we should be decommissioning and permanently reducing that flow rather than reinforcing existing water diversion infrastructure that is based on historic overallocation. So this is the kind of true water allocation racial equity discussion that I hope we can be having between the agencies that pay to leave for people to leave water in the river and agencies whose job it is to quantify and enforce in-stream flow requirements. And I don't think they're mutually exclusive, but hopefully we can be honest in this racial equity discussion.
Great, thank you, Conrad. Damon, Board Member Nagami.
Hey, thanks, John. And thanks for indulging me. I'm still getting used to sort of when to weigh in. So thanks for taking me out of turn. Just wanted to echo what Alina was saying earlier, that I'm really thrilled this effort, the JEDI effort, is happening. And I agree also that the sort of external facing objectives of the board and sort of where we want to go is really important. So I also want to just throw my hat in. If I can be helpful in reviewing or contributing, I'd like to sign up as well. And I also saw a question in the Q&A and wanted to lift that up. Someone is asking, is the goal for the Department of the Board to reach the level of cultural competency so we can be supportive to each other and minimize the amount of harm, especially to historically marginalized groups, as we're growing and learning about JEDI, DEI. I would agree with that and hope that we can incorporate some of these principles into our journey. Thank you.
And Damon, since you mentioned the question, my answer too is yes. I mean, that is a goal. The dedication comes to how do you achieve the goal? What do we do as actions within these institutions? Rebecca referenced the development of, among other things, a racial equity tool. She obliquely referenced the conversation many of us had yesterday at the department, taking a test drive of the preliminary tool and looking at historical decisions we make in the department, and then trying to parse those decisions based on data to understand their disproportionate effect relative to communities that are asking for assistance, and then trying to figure out, well, what does that mean for your decision-making going forward? I think it's that kind of tool that is eventually going to come to bear for this board. How do we distribute funds relative to those kinds of data points? It's hard work. It'll uncover some uncomfortabilities, but it's important kind of forward-looking work.
That's really great to hear. Thanks, Chuck.
Great. Thank you, Chuck.
And there's two more hands. So the next person would be Zach Crum.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
My name's Zach Crum. I'm on the Cesar Chavez Environmental Corps. We're down in Kern County, and it's always interesting when we have these conversations about diversity. We are kind of doing that down here. We're an urban and rural, mountain, desert, urban or interface, and our core members are all from all backgrounds, all walks of life. So, and what I've seen as a senior supervisor is just how rewarding that can be when people get together and accomplish, especially in natural resources, some of those goals that we're trying to accomplish. But I kind of wanted to talk about, I think it was John that mentioned the Zoom meetings. I live in the mountains, and the amount of Zoom meetings and interactions I've had with local and state and federal agencies has just been, I mean, it's been amazing. So I'm hoping moving forward that these kind of meetings continue. That way, you get to see, oh, who's it? What's this organization tucked down in the Central Valley? What's going on up north? So yeah, definitely glad, not glad, but it's nice to see that something's good is coming out of this.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And excuse me, Sharon Sand.
Hi, this is Sharon Sand from the Trust for Public Land. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much for taking my comment. We're really pleased to hear about this very thoughtful process. And we just want to bring up that the green schoolyards are a really important opportunity to address equity, as well as a number of benefits to communities and to our neighborhoods. Safe park space, green space for students and their communities, and also stormwater capture, along with a number of other benefits. And we hope that that school districts will be considered as eligible applicants in many of the programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Okay, is there anybody else? And just keeping in mind of time, we do have a big agenda to get through, so I do ask if you wish to speak, keep your comments to 2 minutes or under. I don't think we have any more hands raised. I don't see anybody. Great. Well, thank you for presenting this, Rebecca, and just know that this is, I'm on a journey with Rebecca through this and the department, Chuck and his staff, and I mean, it's been great. So just looking forward to where we're gonna end up. And I don't think we'll ever hit the finish line. I think we'll always be learning something new in this arena. And really, I think it's gonna be important to implement things when we see that we need to implement something and not wait around. So looking forward to that, and looking forward to keeping the board, engaged in this and informed on this subject as we move forward. All right, with that, move into the consent calendar. This is items 5 through 21. So I'd be happy to answer any questions from the board at this time. And I do believe Catherine Phillips, I know you had some questions. So go ahead and.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I have some questions about item 8, so I'd like to take that out of the consent calendar for the moment so we can discuss those.
Okay. So any other comments from the board member on the consent calendar? We will have item number 8 presented. So that leaves 6 and 7, 9 through 21. Chuck?
I'd like to say one thing about item 6, but don't need to take it off consent. I don't want it to move through in consent without us also just acknowledging how much the board's doing on wildlife crossings writ large. I know we have a marquee item for which many might be on the phone call right now anticipating a big milestone. But here in the consent calendar is a project for wildlife crossing up in the northern part of the state And this too, while less at a large and kind of financial scale than some others, will break ground. So this project is going to result in designing plans for a fiber reinforced polymer wildlife crossing structure. These FRP bridges are made of recyclable plastic materials, and they can be assembled and constructed quickly relative to traditional concrete bridges. And they actually last longer, and they deal with our kind of circular desire to keep plastics out of landfills. And they're routinely used for pedestrian and trail crossings, but this effort will result in the first crossing to be built for wildlife of its kind in the whole United States. So there goes California yet again, and the Wildlife Conservation Board is the funding tip of the spear to make it happen. Thanks, John.
Great, thank you for that comment. Any other comments from board members on any of the consent items excluding number 8? We do have speaker cards on consent items. We normally don't take public comment on a consent item, but what's your pleasure, Chuck?
John, why don't we go ahead and if people could just keep it
real short,
direct, and after that, so long as the comment doesn't trigger a change for the board, we'd ask for a motion to move the consent calendar minus item 8, which we'll talk about right after.
Great. So with that, Nina Beckhart. Nina Beckhart, are you on? Linda Webb.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thanks. Very quickly, I just wanted to say a real big thank you for funding that wildlife overcrossing on Highway 97 up here in our far northern end of the state. That's always been a bad place for wildlife to get slaughtered. It'll be wonderful to not have to see so many of them dead on the side of the road. And it's particularly more important now that the lava fire went through on the south side of that area. A huge patch of the Mount Shasta mountain is devastated by the fire, so the wildlife are even in more trouble in that area. And if and when that wildlife crossing gets put in place, they'll have a little bit more chance to live and keep going and multiply again. Thank you.
Great, thank you. David Webb. I think you already commented.
Thank you. I did briefly. I'm sorry to have been out of turn on the other, but internet connections aren't working too well. So another aspect of that crossing, which perhaps can be discussed in the future, is that there was once a wild sheep herd, wild sheep that lived on sheeprock and migrated back and forth across what is now Highway 97 to Mount Shasta and then back to sheeprock. And perhaps someday we can think about bringing them back there too, because sheeprock still remains just as wild as ever. And I really compliment all of you on investing here in crossings for the wildlife. We need them. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And then Nina Beckhart, you're up for 6 and 18.
Hi there, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, thank you so much. I'm an active volunteer with Citizens for Los Angeles Wildlife, as well as the Sierra Club Angeles chapter, part of the Central Group. Over the past year, I've become really passionate about wildlife habitat connectivity and conservation. Helped to write a letter on behalf of the Sierra Club protecting the oversight of the Mulholland Design Review Board, which was recently jeopardized by the Director of City Planning in LA. All that to say that with regards to agenda items 6, 18, and actually 30 and 31 as well. I'm wanting to just voice a lot of strong support. I think these measures are key for connecting wildlife corridors, ensuring biodiversity, and preventing the extinction of populations. And I believe that besides this just being the just and right thing to do, I know that our survival also depends on the survival of wildlife overall. And so it's a prudent decision on many fronts. And I think just with the recent climate change report that's come out, it's clear that the time is yesterday to take serious action and just invest enormously in protecting what's left of our ecosystems. The final thing that I want to say is that California has historically been a crucial state in leading the way and setting the example for the rest of the country and even the world. And so I believe in spending this money, not just to, protect the immediate ecosystems at hand, but really to send a message globally about how our money should be spent. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, I have no other speaker cards. Mark Henley, I see your hands raised.
Hi there. Yeah, Mark Henley, California waterfowl. I think I am able to speak on item 8, or did you want to wait on that?
We'll wait on that, Mark.
Okay, sorry.
So, John, if we don't have any other hands on consent calendar minus item 8, let's pull for a motion to move consent calendar minus item 8. Anyone want to make that a motion at the board level? I'll make that motion that we approve the consent calendar minus item 8. We have a second.
Alina, did you second that? You were on mute, I think.
Yes, I second it.
Okay, I'll read the motion into the record and then we'll have a roll call vote. So staff recommends that the Wildlife Conservation Board adopt the written findings as appropriate and approve all individual projects identified by staff as suitable for funding up to the amounts listed for each, and listed as consent calendar items 5 through 21, excluding agenda item number 6 and number 15, as identified in the Wildlife Conservation Board final meeting agenda dated August 26, 2021. Authorize staff to enter in appropriate agreements necessary to accomplish these projects, and authorize staff and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to proceed substantially as planned. So with that, we'll go in order. Matt Almay.
Aye.
Alina Boakday.
Aye.
Chuck Bonham.
Yes.
Damon Nagami.
Yes.
Fran Pavley. I see she's still on, but Catherine Phillips.
Yes.
Pete Silva.
Pavley, yes.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Fran. And Pete, you said yes?
Yep.
So
Yes.
unanimous
Yeah.
approval. Thank you, board members.
John,
Yes.
I think Don Crocker has his hand up, but I think it's because you said item number 6 instead of item number 8.
That's correct.
Oops,
Thanks,
item number
Celeste.
So I just wanted to make sure that was understood.
Thank you for that clarification. So
We
item
all
number
meant 8. Yeah,
Yes.
even though we just voted on it, we all meant 8.
Right. All right. Real quick, I don't know. I saw Secretary Crowfoot a minute ago.
Yeah, let's do that, John. Let's go to the secretary if it's okay with the board, and then we'll come back to 8 and then go to item 22. I know the secretary has a short time window and shares our values and inspiration around wildlife crossings and wanted to offer some thoughts to everyone. Wade, are you there? Yep.
Thanks so much, Chuck. It's Wade. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you
Thank
see
you,
me?
Wade. Yes.
Great. Well, thanks so much for the opportunity to join you just briefly. For those that are watching, my name is Wade Crowfoot and I lead our Natural Resources Agency. And I'm really proud as helping to lead that agency is supporting the Wildlife Conservation Board. I am here today to just express my enthusiasm for all that you're approving today. But before I get into that, I just wanted to recognize, the work that you all do together and the work of the board has never been more important. From where I sit in Sacramento, I can see the wildfire smoke from the Caldor fire that continues to move east up the Sierra Crest towards the Tahoe Basin. And news coverage obviously elevates the human threats and the human suffering and the communities at risk from wildfire. And I know our hearts go out to the people that are evacuated and those that lost homes, as well as the firefighters on the front lines. But as you all know, we're also talking about major impact on wildlife and our ecology. And so the way I think about, our wildfire challenge is it's one of, many climate-driven challenges, certainly including drought and extreme heat this season that we face. And the work that you all are doing and the resources that our legislature and our governor are appropriating is going to really help us protect nature from the impacts of climate change. And so I'm just really gratified, first of all, that we're having great conversations in Sacramento, certainly over at the Capitol this month, about significantly increased funding to the agency, but also the WCB to address these challenges. And I just really want to appreciate you and thank you for the work you do. I should also mention, welcome Damon, welcome Catherine to WCB. I know that your colleagues are all really excited that you're on board, and with each of your expertise and experience, you're going to add a lot to the work that we're all doing. I'm here today, again, to thank you for the work that you're doing and all that we're getting done together, but also to express my excitement with the work that is getting done on wildlife crossings, certainly epitomized by Liberty Crossing in the greater Los Angeles area. As you all know, this holds potential to be the largest wildlife crossing of its kind in the world, enabling the greater Los Angeles area to be one of the largest metropolitan areas on the planet that's coexisting in the same space with an apex predator, in this case, the mountain lion. Liberty Crossing is a remarkable project and an initiative that's really driven by folks outside of state government, including the National Wildlife Federation and so many groups and local leaders, certainly your board member, Fran Pavley, included. And I'm just really gratified for us to play a role in working to support that and making that a reality. As Chuck will share, Liberty Crossing is probably the highest profile example of what we need to be doing a lot more of, which is creating habitat corridors and climate refugia as our state continues to experience stressors to our biodiversity, whether that's habitat loss or climate change. So John, Rebecca, huge thanks for all the work that you did queuing up this incredible agenda that we have here today. Again, board members, thanks for the work that you do and your consideration of Liberty Crossing and the other applications or proposals before you today. And moving forward, I'm really excited to partner with WCB. We have an audacious goal to conserve 30% of California by 2030, to integrate natural and working lands into our climate agenda in new ways, and to elevate the importance of our natural richness of plants and animals, our biodiversity. And WCB has really pointed the spear on all of these efforts. So really excited for the work to come. Chair Bonham, Chuck, thanks so much for the opportunity to share thoughts.
Yep. Thank you, Secretary. Be safe today.
Thank you, Secretary Crowfoot. And I just want to say thank you so much for your confidence in WCB and its staff and the board as well. We really look forward to working with you and your staff as we carry forward. And I'm humbled to recognize your support in the WCB and the work that we do. So thank you very much. All right. With that, we'll move on to item number 8 in the agenda.
So John, we'll treat this as a a regular item. We'll hear a
Yeah,
staff
this will be a presentation project. Yeah, so we'll just include it as part of the motion at the end unless you guys want to do something different.
Got it.
And so this is to consider a grant to Ducks Unlimited for a cooperative project with the Department of Fish and Wildlife at its Gray Lodge Wildlife Area, particularly with fields 21 and 22. James Croft will present the project to the board. James.
Thank you, John. I appreciate it. Before I give the presentation on agenda item number 8, I just wanted to go over a brief overview of the process that was used to solicit and select and bring this project forth to the board for funding consideration. The Proposition 68 funded 2020 Pacific Flyway Conservation solicitation was released in October 2020 and was a call for grant applications to implement multi-benefit climate adaptation and resiliency projects that protect, restore, or enhance migratory bird habitat, improve migratory bird habitat diversity, quality, and connectivity, or improve management and ecological function of migratory bird habitat within the Pacific Flyway. The solicitation's eligibility area was statewide, and applicants were asked to implement a habitat or species goal of one of the 5 migratory bird joint ventures located in California. Approximately $15 million was available for projects within this second and final round of Pacific Flyway funding. Following the model of the previous WCB Prop 68 grant programs, the application process started with a pre-application or concept phase, from which a subset of applicants were selected to submit full applications. Full applications were reviewed and scored by no fewer than 3 qualified technical reviewers, and a selection committee chose the final group of projects to be presented to the board for funding consideration. Within this solicitation, 71 pre-applications were received, requesting over $58 million. 34 of these applications were selected to submit full applications. Of these full applications, 13 were selected to be presented to the board for funding consideration. Today, I will be presenting 2 of those projects for your consideration. Agenda item number 8, the Gray Lodge Wildlife Area Fields 21 and 22 Wetland Enhancement. This proposal is to consider the allocation for a grant to Ducks Unlimited Incorporated for a cooperative project with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to enhance wetland and upland habitat at the Gray Lodge Wildlife Area. The Gray Lodge Wildlife Area is located 5 miles west of the city of Gridley in Butte County. This project was selected to be presented to the board for funding consideration from the 2020 Pacific Flyway Conservation solicitation. The state of California acquired the Gray Lodge Gun Club in 1931 and renamed the property the Gray Lodge Refuge. From 1931 through 1952, the area was maintained as a sanctuary for waterfowl. In 1953, public hunting was initiated on the area, and it was once again renamed and became the Gray Lodge Waterfowl Management Area. Over the next 20 years, acquisition of adjoining lands saw the waterfowl management area triple in size. Development of management plans ensured that the area would provide attractive marshland for waterfowl, produce agricultural crops as feed for birds, and provide regulated public hunting while maintaining a sanctuary area closed to hunting where waterfowl and other wildlife could escape from hunting pressures. In 1970, in a strategic effort to indicate a broad wildlife management interest, the area was renamed to its current name, the Gray Lodge Wildlife Area. Next slide, please. Today, Gray Lodge Wildlife Area consists of over 9,000 acres of seasonal, semi-permanent, and permanent wetlands, riparian habitat, wetland-associated uplands, and wildlife food plots. The wildlife area provides critical habitat for over 200 species of birds and numerous fish, reptiles, amphibians, and mammals, including several special status species. Gray Lodge Wildlife Area is one of the most important wetland areas in the Pacific Flyway and supports up to 1 million ducks and 100,000 geese each winter. Next slide, please. The wetlands within the project area have the potential to provide a mosaic of habitat benefits ranging from foraging, nesting, brood rearing, and molting habitat for wintering and nesting waterfowl and other upland nesting birds. Currently, these wetlands do not meet their full potential to provide high-quality wildlife habitat. The wetlands lack functioning swale systems, and the existing water control structures are degraded and lack capacity to convey adequate amounts of water effectively and efficiently. Next slide, please. The project will upgrade water and vegetation management capabilities so the wetlands can be managed to provide desirable water depths, increase food production, reduce mosquito production, and support a desirable mix of open water and emergent vegetation. Dilapidated water control structures will be replaced, and several new water control structures will be installed to provide independent drain and fill capabilities to each wetland unit. A swale system will be constructed in the wetlands to provide improved water circulation, distribution, and drainage. Enhancing these wetlands will benefit wintering waterfowl, shorebirds, waterbirds, and other wetland-dependent wildlife, including northern pintail, American widgeon, great blue heron, tricolored blackbird, and giant garter snake. Next slide, please. The 44-acre upland unit is currently dominated by star thistle, among other non-native plants, and is far below its potential to provide high-quality wintering, foraging, and nesting habitat. This project will achieve one of the priorities of the Pacific Flyway solicitation by enhancing upland migratory bird nesting habitat, which is adjacent to semi-permanent wetlands. Next slide, please. The upland unit will be enhanced by applying herbicide treatments to kill star thistle before replanting with native grasses and forbs. The replanted native grasses and forbs will provide improved nesting and foraging habitat for nesting migratory birds and pollinator species. Staff recommends that the Wildlife Conservation Board approve this project as proposed. In the audience today is Mr. Craig Garner, Regional Biologist from Ducks Unlimited, Mr. Tim Hermanson, CDFW Gray Lodge Wildlife Area Manager, and Ms. Krista Hoffman, CDFW Integrated Pest Management Coordinator. We would be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Okay, don't see John.
Yeah, so
Okay.
John's dropped off, but if you want to go ahead and facilitate, or if you need my help, Chuck, just let me know.
Perfect. So why don't we go for board members if they have questions for James or other staff that are available. I see Catherine's hand up and we'll start there.
Sorry, I think you called on me, but there was a catch in the computer system there for a minute. Thank you for that presentation. And I want to say off the top, I don't have any problems with the idea of most of what the proposal is. My big concern, and I'm familiar with Gray Lodge, it's one of the places I like to go for bird watching. I think it's pretty clear over the years that the area has gotten to a place where it needs some restoration, and I'm pleased that you're going forward with that. What I'm concerned about is the use of herbicides and the particular herbicide. You're going to be using glyphosate, and that's a pretty potent herbicide that has it is controversial for a reason. It is linked to, aside from significant human impacts and multiple lawsuits around the country related to that, it's also linked to disturbances of honeybees and their ability to function. Doesn't kill them outright, but if a honeybee has a neurosystem, that's what it interrupts, and it makes it hard for the honeybees to find water. They just get confused. It's also been associated with some bad impacts on some wildlife. There are at least anecdotal, and I think there may be in the literature, although I didn't go and look for it, but I remember it from years and years ago when I was writing a book about frog declines. I think there are at least anecdotal concerns about glyphosate and its impact on amphibians and reptiles. And this is one of those situations where amphibians and reptiles often aren't part of the group that is targeted when they study the impacts of herbicides. When I looked up what are alternatives to getting rid of yellow star thistle, there are a lot of cultural alternatives, and mowing, pulling, weeding, mowing, burning. And even if you use herbicides, the expectation or the advice is that you will still have to do the mowing, the burning, et cetera, to be effective. So what I was interested in here is that I'm assuming that the herbicide was put on there because even though herbicides are expensive, it's cheaper than doing the labor, et cetera, and the maintenance, but you're going to end up having to do the labor and maintenance anyway. If you want to do an effective reduction of yellow star thistle. So why not start out with no herbicides, doing the cultural and biological controls of yellow star thistle, especially in that upland area. So again, my concern isn't that the idea of doing this restoration is bad. I'm concerned about one aspect of the method of doing it. And I actually think your grant proposal probably should have been a little higher to accommodate so that the Wildlife Conservation Board and the public, a public agency wouldn't be in position of advancing or encouraging further use of a very bad herbicide, an herbicide that's just sort of universally recognized as something to avoid.
Hey, Catherine, how about this as an approach, James, that you may have a thought, but also I believe we have the department's pest management expert, the manager of Gray Lodge, and the Ducks Unlimited biologist available. If y'all could get ready to join, promote them over to panelists and take some of Catherine's questions. And I'm particularly interested in understanding whether the rationale is really driven by cost and price per foot acreage, or are there other concerns that have, generated the rationale to use this particular treatment?
I think Tim Hermanson, who's on the line, the Gray Lodge Wildlife Area Manager, would be best to talk about the general approach and why we're going with herbicides as opposed to some of those other treatment methods. And then Krista Hoffman would definitely I would like Krista Hoffman to weigh in after that to talk about the BMPs that are in place for the actual herbicide application. So if we could have Tim weigh in first, that would be great.
Good afternoon to the board, and thank you, James, for presenting this project on our behalf. Can everybody hear me okay? Thank you.
Yep.
So when we were deciding to do this project and other upland enhancement projects on the wildlife area and our natural lands in the valley, we do look at all of the available techniques and approaches to make it a successful project. One of our concerns with a native grass and forb restoration is the competition from annual weeds, including the grasses that are in the field to begin with, and the annual weeds like star thistle. One of the techniques that has been utilized by the department, by our partner agencies such as Fish and Wildlife Service and other nonprofits in this area, is what we're proposing right now, to use a technique where we will disc and level the field prior to planting. That way we have a smooth surface with for the planting tools. And then once the annual weedy grass starts to grow, we have treated it with glyphosate or other similar herbicides. That helps to reduce some of the seedbed load of those annual weeds in the environment that we're trying to plant a very difficult restoration project into. Once that first generation of annual weeds that year has been controlled, we will drill the native grasses into the field and allow them a chance to grow into a seed bed that is well prepared for them and is generally free of competition from the annual weeds that will outcompete them. And I have seen this in my career many times where we don't do a treatment such as this, and the native vegetation that we're trying to incorporate it back into our landscape for not just our warm-blooded wildlife, but also our amphibians, our insects, our pollinators, and we just are back to situation where we're at point A when we should be at point F or D. Maybe point F is a bad thing to say at that point. Sorry. Where the restoration efforts just fail, and we're back where we started in a very short amount of time. This effort has been used, or this method has been used on multiple properties across the Sacramento Valley to get native grasses and forbs established in a quick manner for our native pollinators. I know we're very worried about monarch butterflies and habitat for them. By being able to do this in treatment, it allows us to get that habitat in the ground more quickly. Some of my concerns with other techniques that have been proposed and I would like to use are, for example, prescribed fire. If we're trying to target yellow star thistle with prescribed fire, the time you would want to be doing that is from Memorial Day to end of July, a very hot time of year. With climate change, we're seeing hotter, drier summers. We're seeing what wildfires are doing to the western half of the country this summer and last summer and every summer, it seems. So getting a prescription written and approved to do the fire at the time of year when we want to control that star thistle wouldn't likely happen with the permitting agencies. Our partners with CAL FIRE, I would have a hard time getting a permit through them, and we don't have the tools and resources on the wildlife area, so we often would partner with them through contracts or training burns to do a prescribed fire on the landscape. Also during that time, if there is vegetation in the field, like you see in the picture, we have nesting birds, nesting resident wildlife, and a prescribed fire at that time would destroy all those nests and the habitat. The period when what we're talking about in this proposal, that where the field would be bare, would be the fall and winter time outside of the breeding bird season. So we wouldn't have those impacts, and hopefully by the following breeding bird season, we would have vegetation back in that field for them to utilize for nesting in and for the ground living birds to raise their chicks in. And we wouldn't have impacts with the Migratory Bird Treaty Act and issues with that. Other methodologies to control yellow star thistle and other annual grasses include grazing. Unfortunately, at this point, we don't have grazing as an approved method in this particular portion of Gray Lodge Wildlife Area. We do have grazing on other portions, so we would need to work to have that authorized through our management plan to do grazing. And then again, the timing is during the breeding bird seed period. Mowing, we could prescribe mowing. We would want to do that early and often throughout the breeding bird season to make sure we aren't interfering with the Migratory Bird Treaty Act requirements that we would have on the property, and just wildlife in general. But also in my career, I have seen mowing at the wrong time of year impacting the native grasses that we're trying to establish. Yes, Chuck, I see your hand is raised. Sorry, Director Bonham.
No, Chuck's fine. Director kind of scares me. Hey, this is an unfair question, so you can demur. Just anticipating here, needing to work through the agenda item at the board level. Theoretically, if you had a little more time to reflect, do you think conceptually, if you did some mowing, assuming in the appropriate smart way that didn't produce an unintended consequence, then that additional mowing might mean you can reduce some intensity or level of application of the herbicide? I'm not asking whether you could get the application to zero, but that there's some relationship between bringing in an action and kind of lessening the use of that other action.
I could see that, especially in the follow-up treatments post-planting. Pre-planting, when we would be using the glyphosate, that would involve a period in the plant's life stages where we couldn't get away without that if we're using this technique.
Great.
But for follow-up treatments in the spring, summer, and early fall for, say, star thistle, we could potentially get around using some of the herbicide treatments.
Great, thanks.
I guess that's, I was about at the end of what I was going to say for all that.
Okay.
Thank you, Tim. I appreciate it. If
Just to
Krista
let
Hoffman
you
would like
know-
to. Sorry, John, go ahead.
That's all right. I got back on. I'm sorry, folks.
If Krista Hoffman could come on and talk about the BMPs of herbicide application and how it relates to honeybees and other wildlife.
Sure. Yeah, I would be happy to. Thank you, James. Catherine, welcome to the board. And I do definitely appreciate your concern for pollinators. We share those concerns in the IPM program. It's something that we've been focusing on in the last couple of years since I started. We've provided information to our managers about how to protect pollinators in our annual required training. And you may be aware that we now have a pollinator coordinator within our within headquarters that we work closely with, and who is actually going to be developing a manual for us, or she's going to be incorporating a chapter into our IPM manual specifically about pollinator protections. So it is a priority for our group, and we do assess, each project and try to determine what the most effective, integrated approach we can use that is going to be, cost effective, but ultimately that will work, because that's ultimately the most important thing. If you conduct a restoration project that doesn't work, that could end up resulting in more herbicides having to be used down the road. So part of our sort of IPM approach is ensuring that we're choosing a method that uses multiple different approaches that will be effective. And so I think that's, the project, the Gray Lodge project, does follow with that approach, using a herbicide that has shown to work in previous projects, following up with replanting native species. That's an extremely important part of any restoration project that is often missed. And then spot treating, using herbicides as needed to, on a spot treatment level, to come back and take out individual plants that may reestablish. So just a little bit of background on that approach, again, just to kind of reiterate what's been already said. Some of the methods that we use, the best management practices we use to reduce exposure to bees, include using the lowest effective concentration of an herbicide for a given target. So anytime herbicides are used on our lands, herbicide use requests are submitted to headquarters, reviewed by our program, our unit, and then we provide back recommendations to staff on which herbicides, at what concentrations, and various BMPs that they need to follow. We ensure that only the vegetative parts of the plants are targeted. So we do all we can not to hit the flowers, so that there's no direct exposure on bees when they land to pollinate, bees or other pollinators. We also have several measures to minimize drift of herbicides, so to keep it targeted on the target of interest. Those are not spraying when it's windy out. You have to spray, you cannot spray when winds are above 10 miles per hour. In addition, there's increasing droplet sizes to minimize how much is getting aerosolized, among other measures that we take. And then in addition to that, when we can, we spray when pollinators are less active. So that's during dawn and dusk hours. Sometimes that's not feasible, but if it's possible and we're using chemicals that can have direct effects, that can be a really good practice to use. Having said that, you probably have heard about glyphosate being a really high profile chemical right now. It's been, in the news. It's being assessed right now by EPA in terms of its non-target impacts. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that it's just so broadly used. So much glyphosate is used by agriculture in the US. And I just want to highlight the fact that this is really a targeted use. This is not, approval to use glyphosate over and over again in a huge, across the entire wildlife area. This is a targeted use of a chemical for a specific purpose, which differs substantially from, agricultural uses, which tend to be multiple per year, high concentrations every year, year after year. So the potential exposure to pollinators is less in that sense. I hope I covered some of what might interest you, and I'm happy to provide more information as needed.
Thank you, Krista. I appreciate it. Are there any other questions? And I hope that we addressed all of Catherine's concerns, at least enough to move the project forward.
So let's do this. Let's pause for a minute, see if other board members have questions. Catherine, you may have follow-up.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I want to thank James and Krista and Tim for explaining to me more deeply what your plans are and how to do it. And I appreciate the care you're taking. I'm still just philosophically very concerned about, especially given some of the goals in the recently updated strategic plan, and also, where a lot of this funding comes from. I'm concerned about the use of these herbicides. And again, it would having come in with if you had more money and especially considered the changing climate and the different times of year and the way things are working differently, would that make a difference? All of that said, I'm here on my first week. I don't want to come in and derail a project that I think ultimately has a lot of value. Just personally, I'll be abstaining on this item, but I do want to say to the staff at WCB is that, I'm going to sound like a broken record over time about this particular issue, the use of herbicides and the state's funding with wildlife funds for herbicide use. It's going to have to be the very rare case that would make sense to me.
I totally appreciate, it's been 72 hours or something since your appointment, and you have a project presented which touches a lot of your career. So I want to acknowledge that. Also, we'll just throw out again as we have further broad discussion, I'm willing to entertain this idea that if we were to consider approving, there is some contingency on further work to shrink the application to the maximum extent possible, potentially utilizing some other technique like mowing, which was discussed. I couldn't tell you how that may play out, but that might be a useful instruction for the board, when it gets around to a motion. Damon, I see you've come on the screen. I don't know if you have anything to add, and then we'll see if Pete and Elena have anything to add. Given the agenda, at some point we need to move to how we want to handle this item. Okay.
Yeah, Chuck, we do have one hand raised too, I think, for this item.
Right, before we do motion or anything, we'll go to public comment for sure.
Mr.
Pete,
Henley? Oh, sorry.
Pete, Elena, before we go to public comment, any questions? Matt, you want to ask questions for staff?
I'm okay. Thank you, Chuck.
Why don't we hear the public comment and then we'll come back for board deliberation and action.
So there's Mark Henley.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hello there, Executive Director Donnelly, Director Bonneman, board members, Mark Henley, California Waterfowl. Just real quickly, we're pleased to support this project at Gray Lodge. We particularly like the waterfowl nesting, brood rearing, and molting aspects. We need more of these types of habitat in California to support our local mallard population, which has been on the decline in the last 20 years. The habitat work should also support ringneck pheasant production, which has also been on the decline. And then I'd also just like to note that the project would help to minimize mosquito production and should therefore reduce abatement expenses, which, as you all know, have risen significantly in recent years and are a major wetland management cost for the department. So thank you.
And there was one other speaker card, Todd Manley.
Yes, hello, can you hear me? Great,
Yes.
thank you. Yes, hi, good afternoon. I am Todd Manley with the Northern California Water Association, and just appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of this project and the funding for it. I think we've had a pretty good description of what it entails. I just wanted to add that it will enhance the habitat value the wildlife area provides for the Pacific flyway species that visit every year, as well as the resident species like the giant garter snake. And because of that, we encourage the funding of this project. So thank you.
I think that's it for public.
Okay.
Folks, can you hear me?
Yes, John.
John,
It seems like you're
I'm on
having
my
a,
phone.
you're having
I'm
the
having a
meeting
heck of
from
a time.
heck. Yeah.
I'm staying home next time. I'm not coming into the office. Anyway, I'm on the phone, so it's really hard for me. I just got back on, so I don't really know where in the process we are. I apologize for that. So just know I'm here, and maybe we can get through this item because I really don't know what actually happened. And then I'll take it over after this item number 8.
Yep, we got it under control,
problem.
bud, and we'll send it back to you right after this one. That's like your worst nightmare. You plan, you go to the office because you think you have stability, and lo and behold, you don't. So, okay, so let's bring it back to the board. And so we've had a conversation. We have a legit concern, I think, appropriately expressed by one of our newest board members. And our spirit at the board is try to work through everything. It's a collaborative kind of partnership space. We rarely have dissent, controversy, kind of argument between us. Anyone want to weigh in? I mean, again, I am attracted to this idea of some instruction back to staff if we were to proceed being appropriate. We're all smart enough to kind of freeform how to amend a motion. I guess the first step would to see if anyone wants to make a motion either related to approving the project or, tabling the project. Okay, seeing none on either. Alina, you came off mute. I don't know if you want to.
So, yeah, I mean, I was gonna, I guess, move to approve the project, but I guess I would like to hear maybe a friendly addition or amendment. So
I confess,
if I have
Robert's,
a second or not.
Yeah, I confess Robert's rules of protocol is not my forte, but so Elena's suggesting we move forward with the motion to approve. I would interject and say maybe with a friendly amendment that, approval is inclusive of instruction to department staff, WCB staff, and the applicants, the project partners, to take all maximum steps to reduce like the scope or intensity of application if they can incorporate alternative techniques with mowing sounding like the most likely. And that's part of the approach.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was just going to say, could we also encourage them to consult with, some university IPM, maybe UC Davis's IPM program, and with Department of Pesticide Regulation, something like that, just so that we get some outside folks thinking about this. And I know there's concern about timing. Based on the seasons, it's just the seasons are so weird right now. I don't know that the old time scale necessarily applies, and it would be interesting to get some outside thinking on this. And aside from mowing, disking, controlled burns make everybody frightened right now, but maybe a different time of year, it would make sense. So
Damon, I see your hand. Let me rephrase real quick. I hear possibly a motion to approve, subject to an instruction to staff and the project proponents to take maximum steps to reduce the application by potentially increasing the use of other alternative techniques, as well as seek some additional advice from experts, such as those at UC Davis Department of Pesticides Regulation. And that's kind of the four corners of what a motion to approve could be. Damon, over to you.
Sure. Yeah, I like the direction this is going. I would just want to make sure that, we're not sort of just confined to this particular item, because it seems like it's going to be something that comes up again and again. And so that consultation with the university IPM departments and teams, I think that's a great idea. But if that could be, incorporated into the IPM program overall, and then have lessons learned apply to all future projects, and then, some sort of ongoing report backs to the board just on how that progress is going would be really terrific.
Agree. Conversation should also serve notice to staff and partners out in the external world that next project that may consider this will need to have thought through these concerns. Okay. Elena, it's your motion. I'm offering a friendly amendment. I don't think we have to vote on my friendly amendment. We could just.
Yeah, I mean, I accept your friendly amendment, and thank you for your support in creating it. So, but yeah, no, I agree.
And for board members, staff doodly type, this construct in language, which will show up. So what we have is the Elena motion with the Bonham amendments. From there, y'all want to take a vote? Anybody have a second on that, I guess would be the right way.
Yeah. Anybody willing to second?
A second.
Great. So from there, Rebecca, you want to take us through a roll call?
Sure. Chair Bonham.
Yes.
Alina Bokde.
Yes.
Matt Almy.
Yes.
Catherine Phillips.
I'll abstain.
Okay. Damon Nagami.
Yes.
Peter Silva.
Yes.
And Fran Pavley. I think we still have her via phone. Is she unmuted, Celeste?
That's been a problem. It hasn't been unmuted. I've been trying to get in. Anyway,
she should be now.
Yes. Before I say yes, I wanted to sort of lessons learned, and I thank Catherine for bringing it up. Other projects coming forth down the stream to have that independent review. I don't think any of our bond measures require certain applications of pesticides or herbicides, and I'm sure the intent would be the most friendly way possible. So I would welcome an expert review so staff can apply this to future projects. And with that, I will say yes to the friendly motion.
All right, thank you. Motion has passed with one abstaining.
Great. Thanks all. I think
Thank you,
that
everyone.
takes us to item 22. And John, if you want to try it by phone. We'll give that a second. And just a reminder, so we'll now go into the items that are the proposed items. It's agenda item 22 through 33. An hour and 10 minutes. Of course, we'll run out longer if we have to. And a reminder to the board, we have an executive session item at the end for which we'll leave here, I believe, go to a separate connection, discuss what we need to discuss. And the way the process works is we have to come back to the board meeting. Council will report what we discussed in a summary form, and then we'll close the public meeting. Correct, Rebecca?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm back.
Okay, John, take us through 22.
Okay, thank you, Chuck. So this is to consider a grant to the Department of Fish and Wildlife for reducing drought impacts in California. And we'll, like the last one, we'll present the project to the board. We'll have discussion, we'll open up for public comment, and then we'll go from there. So with that, Scott McFarland on our staff will present the project to the board.
Thank you, John. This proposal is to consider the allocation for a grant to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to administer a block grant to reduce negative effects of drought on fish and wildlife passage, including but not limited to fish impediment removal, voluntary drought agreements, and forbearance and land fallowing type projects located throughout the state. Before I discuss the project more, I wanted to add some information on how we got here in relationship to the drought. As you all know, the California on average gets about 75% of its annual precipitation from November through March. The bulk of this precipitation occurs in just 3 months, December, January, and February, when California tends to get a small number of large winter storms called atmospheric rivers. A handful of atmospheric rivers, or lack thereof, during the winter season can determine if the year is wet or dry. This past winter, California achieved the dismal honor of hosting its driest February in over 150 years. This was followed by warm temperatures in April and early May, leading to a critically dry year, which the snow melted and runoff evaporated at a much faster rate. Next slide, please. Drought in the Western US is becoming more serious and frequent due to rising temperatures brought on by climate change. As you can see, this year's drought is especially severe and developed rapidly. So the slide here is showing you last year versus this year at the same time. Next slide, please. Governor Gavin Newsom announced on April 21st several actions related to drought preparedness. Additional drought emergency proclamations were issued on May 10th and July 8th. California is home to a remarkably diverse array of wildlife and contains the highest number of native species in the United States, many of which can be found nowhere else on Earth. While many of these species are adapted to tolerate occasional droughts, extreme and prolonged drought conditions are likely to impact even the toughest organisms. California's fish and wildlife are facing dire conditions during this extremely dry year. The Pacific flyway birds and other wetland wildlife will suffer from dramatic habitat reductions, and endangered fish, including salmon, are facing dangerously low flows and fatally high water temperatures. This project will allow the Department of Fish and Wildlife to administer a block grant to reduce the negative effects of drought on fish and wildlife passage, including but not limited to projects that address impediments to passage, voluntary drought agreements, and forbearance agreements. The grant funds will ultimately go to willing landowners, reclamation districts, and nonprofit organizations in areas or watersheds that provide habitat to special status species, or those that are expected to face the greatest risk from drought. Some examples of potential projects and project types include fish passage improvements, such as an agricultural diversion and the Sutter bypass, which is reliant upon Weir 1 to create water elevation that allows water users to divert from the Westboro Canal of the Sutter bypass. However, in times of low flow and increased aquatic invasive plants, Weir 1 in the Sutter bypass is often rendered inoperable. A new operable weir structure and fish ladder along with the treatment of aquatic invasive plants and coordinated operations of diversion by landowners would significantly improve adult fish passage of Chinook salmon in the bypass by allowing fish to migrate over the weir during low flows, while also not impacting surrounding agricultural diversions. Flow enhancement projects are another option. The Department of Fish and Wildlife will work with willing landowners to voluntarily reduce water diversions in the summer, such as within the Russian River watershed. Increased summer flows from reduced water diversions will improve dissolved oxygen concentrations and reconnect pool habitat to the benefit of juvenile salmon, steelhead, survival rate, and growth. These projects will allow landowners to store water from the wet months into off-channel water storage and stock water systems for use during the dry months. Funding for these projects will go toward infrastructure that is necessary for implementation. Proposed projects funded on this grant will satisfy both the state of emergency proclamations by Governor Newsom and the Department of Fish and Wildlife shall ensure in-stream flows for species protection and work with water users and other parties on voluntary measures to implement actions needed to protect salmon, steelhead, and other native fish in critical stream systems in the state, and shall identify and coordinate actions to mitigate drought-related fisheries impacts in critical stream systems and identify possible mechanisms for accomplishing those actions. This proposal also complements and builds upon the immediate actions being implemented in the current year and is consistent with actions identified in the governor's water resilience portfolio. Next slide, please. The Department of Fish and Wildlife will manage the block grant and subaward grantees to eligible entities consistent with the WCB grant agreement. Participating entities will be responsible for all implementation activities. Management and monitoring will be completed by the participating entities during the grant period. After the grant period concludes, the Department of Fish and Wildlife will enter into appropriate agreements to ensure the landowner and the land manager, or the land manager, will be representative for maintaining the habitat improvements for the remainder of the project life. The Department of Fish and Wildlife will also determine when and where their staff may be able to support landowners and land managers with those monitoring activities. If at any time during the life of the project, the subawarded projects, the project improvements are not maintained, the grant agreement requires that the California Department of Fish and Wildlife refund the state of California an amortized amount of funds based on the number of years left in the project life. Next slide, please. To conclude, staff recommends approval of the project as proposed. And in attendance today representing the California Department of Fish and Wildlife are Chad Dibble, Deputy Director of the Ecosystem Conservation Division, and Bryson Swart, Water Operations Program Manager. And we'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
And I'm gonna do something a little out of ordinary, just step in and say a few words on behalf of the department from the director's seat. And let me know if I start to get choppy. I'm getting a connection and stable note, but so three things. The department, because of the legislature and the governor's leadership, has received an emergency investment, but it's almost exclusively for the department's capacity. Our workload, our person need to do the field monitoring and all the work across the state on drought. That investment into us does not include discretionary funding. What happens in subsequent was we had many colleagues in the environmental space, Defenders, Audubon, Point Blue, others, come with really good ideas based on their experience that we could implement relatively quickly and potentially see an immediate benefit in an emergency situation. So this concept is to be nimble and to be fast given the crisis. Why the department instead of the board? The board meets periodically, and we are in the middle of an evolving crisis in a situation I've not personally seen around these cascading climate effects. So that's point one. Point two, There are good places this money can be used fast. Take Butte Creek as an example. It's a tributary to the Upper Sacramento. We had incredibly high returns of spring run salmon this year to Butte Creek. They made it into the top part of the system. But because of the drought, we're facing also a precedent-setting fish kill in that system for spring run Chinook. We know next year will be as dry. Between now and then, there may be partnerships where we can fix diversions, improve culverts, and deal with other barriers to migration. So by the time they're going out and back next year, they can do it more successfully. We will still be in drought next year. Third, we just did this in the Klamath as an example of the kinds of things the department's dealing with. In the Scott River, we have the flows as bad as they've ever been. We are engaged in a mammoth exercise across the whole watershed, including the world's largest dam removal project. But we are worried about coho salmon in the Scott River right now. We had 3 landowners approach the department. Those landowners voluntarily offered to not pump and apply it to almost 3,000.
We're losing you, Chuck.
Yeah, it looks like he's dropped. So we also have
So I'm back for whatever reason.
okay.
Here's my last thought. And doing that concerted focus in the Scott has already made a difference. We're applying effectiveness monitoring. We've asked UC Davis to advise us on the monitoring. And just since August 1, our monitoring is showing that the isolated main stem pools near the bottom of each of the properties indicates an increased pool depth of 4 to 5 inches. And monitoring of one well indicates there's 4 feet more water. And the Scott River is 4 CFS greater than last year this time. So we are willing to take on at the department level a monitoring responsibility with these funds. So we come back to the board and talk about how the investment did or didn't make a difference. And with that, I'll pipe down and see if board members have questions for staff.
Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you, Chuck. Thank you, Chuck.
Catherine, you want to weigh in? I see your hand up.
All right. Did I
Yeah.
lose the feedback?
I think it's John. John, did you want to say something? This is Catherine. Oh, he's
Am I
back.
here? Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Do any board members have comments?
Yeah.
Yeah, this-
John. Oh, sorry, Pete. Go for it.
I see your hand up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry, Catherine. I don't know how to raise my hand, so I'm just gonna, just very briefly for, speaking for the commission, you know, I'm very pleased to see this funding coming forward and having the department manage it, because I think it's crucial given all the drought situation in the state. And, you know, we just recently,
I think you're,
as a commission.
Catherine, your hand's up. Is that?
Hey, John. You know, I maybe go on mute and I know you need to lead the meeting, but I think you've still got some instability in your platform.
Okay.
Rebecca, could you text John maybe to go on mute? Pete, I'm sorry, you want.
Got it.
Pete, you want to take it away?
Yeah, no, thanks. Thanks, Chuck. No, I was just saying that, speaking for the commission, very pleased to have this funding come forward at this time when we have such a grave issue with drought and impacts on the fisheries. I was just saying that the commission, we just recently listed a number of fish species, due to the drought primarily. And so again, this is very, very welcome funding and looking forward to the work the commission, the department does to better the fishery in California. So thank you.
All right, folks, I'll keep trying. Anybody else? I see Catherine's hand is still up. Did you want to say something, Catherine?
Yeah, I appreciate the report and your addition to the report, Chuck. And I had some questions about it earlier, and John was able to walk me through where the money came from and what the constraints are on it and that sort of thing. So I'm comfortable with that. But what I would like, since this is one of those things that has to be done very quickly and we want to get the money out, and the board won't have an opportunity to weigh in on each project, I would like the board staff to work with CDFW and come back at some point and give a report to us about how the money was spent and how it's being monitored and that sort of thing, just so we can sort of stay on top of it.
Absolutely.
Yep, be happy to do that. All right, any other board member comments? Let's see any. Todd Manley, there's a speaker card from Todd Manley. We'll go to public comment now. So Todd Manley.
Yes. Hello, John. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Well, hello again, all, and thanks. Appreciate this opportunity to support the funding of this block grant. This grant, once again, I'm Todd Manley with the Northern California Water Association, and this grant could be used to fund projects to improve fish passage and enhance in-stream flows. This will provide much needed benefits to salmon and other fish species, particularly in drought years like we're currently experiencing. And because of this, the Northern California Water Association encouraged the funding of this block grant and appreciates that it's being brought before you today. So thank you.
Great. Thank you. Zach Crum. Oh, now his hand's down. Zach.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, Zach Crum with the Cesar Chavez Environmental Corps again. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to reiterate Director Bonham's point about there are projects that can be done right now. We call ourselves a rapid reaction force. We've got 60 employees that we send out throughout California. So if we can get that funding out there, it's a good example is the yellow star thistle. Yellow star thistle is so labor intensive, and there's been projects where we've had to tackle that, and it requires a bunch of people, and it requires them to work hard at long hours and to do hard work. So yeah, I'm all for getting that funding out there. And just a little real quick, Pete, I like your beams. As someone who has nice beams in my own house, that's all I got.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other hands raised. I do want to point out from California Coast Keeper Alliance from Caitlin Kalua, and they weren't opposing the project, but just had concerns. And I think Chuck's commitment to monitor and collect the data, present the data, and then us reviewing with the department at some future board meeting, I think it addresses the concerns that they raised.
think we have our fearless leader frozen again. So John is just telling everyone that distributed to the board members was a comment letter from, I want to say, Coast Keepers, and not opposing the project, but putting an emphasis on the need to collect monitoring and confirm whether it was successful or not. That's a commitment I'll make on behalf of the department. So while I wait for John to unfreeze, seeing no other questions from the board, having done public comment, Rebecca, remind me, are we going to the next agenda item, and at the end we take a motion for everything?
Yeah, so I could go ahead and introduce the next item if you'd like to do that.
Yes, please.
Great. So we're going to move on here to Lone Pine Ranch Phase 1. And this is for a project to allocate $4,910,000 to the Wildlands Conservancy. And we will have Jason Yee of our staff presenting this project. Jason.
Thanks, Rebecca, and good afternoon, board members. This proposed grant, along with funding from the State Coastal Conservancy and a private donation, will support the Wildlands Conservancy with their acquisition of 7,479 acres of property known as Lone Pine Ranch. The property is located just south of the community of Alder Point in Trinity and Mendocino counties, approximately 25 miles inland from the Pacific Ocean. The property is situated in a landscape consisting of rolling hills, high valleys, waterways, and forested mountains that support private ranches, along with the conservation areas of the Six Rivers National Forest and the Mendocino National Forest. Next slide, please. The property's western boundary abuts the main stem of the eastern bank of the Eel River, while its southern boundary abuts the eastern bank of the North Fork Eel River. The Eel River ecosystem supports over 75 mammal species, 400 bird species, and 15 species of fish. This includes coho salmon and steelhead trout, which have seen dramatic population declines because of impacts to water quality, overfishing, water diversion, and dams. Next slide, please. Designated as a National Wild and Scenic River in 1981, the 196-mile Eel River is the third largest watershed in California, draining more than 3,500 square miles across 5 counties. 90% of the land along the river is in unprotected private ownership. Next slide, please. The Lone Pine Ranch consists of 26,600 acres, and the Conservancy is working to secure additional funding and agreements with the owner to conserve the entirety of the ranch that has been prioritized as areas 1 through 4 on the displayed map. This proposed acquisition identifies with Area 1 highlighted in green, and for future consideration, WCB will potentially provide support funding to acquire Area 2 highlighted in blue. Next slide, please. The property being considered today is the southern portion of the ranch. The property has been under the same ownership since the 1920s and has been historically used for timber harvesting, but has since transitioned into the present use of cattle grazing, recreation, and rural residential living. Improvements on the property include the well-maintained horse ranch compound that consists of 2 single-family residences, a bunkhouse, along with a variety of barns, ranch structures, and a bordering fence line. Next slide, please. A series of well-maintained unpaved roads provide easy vehicle access into the interior of the property. The property is characterized by a variety of habitats, including freshwater creeks, oak woodlands, grasslands, ponds, marshes, and riverine habitat, and conifer forest. Wilson Creek, considered a prominent creek on the southeast portion of the property, flows southerly, emptying into the North Fork of the Eel River, further enhancing the 8.5 miles of river frontage that borders both the western and southern boundaries of the property. Next slide, please. The protection of the property will not only support both the state and federally threatened fish species of coho salmon and steelhead trout, along with the northern spotted owl, but will also benefit many other species of state concern, including the southern torrent salamander, foothill yellow-legged frog, northwestern pond turtle, northern red-legged frog, northern goshawk, and the yellow warbler, along with the common species of mountain lion and deer. Next slide, please. The Conservancy will own, manage, and monitor the property as a protected nature preserve with the plans to develop and deliver much needed passive recreation and interpretive education opportunities for the public, potentially including new hiking trails, bicycling, horseback riding, camping, and kayak put-ins on the Eel River. Near-term conservation will include improvements to sustainable cattle grazing and ensuring timber harvest only occurs to improve ecological conditions. Other anticipated conservation efforts include invasive species management, wetland and stream restoration, erosion control, improved forest management, and native tree planting. Established in 1995, the Conservancy has created a nature preserve system comprised of 21 preserves encompassing 163,000 acres of diverse mountain, valley, desert, river, and oceanfront landscapes in California. These preserves are open to the public for passive recreation, including camping, hiking, birding, and other compatible uses. This proposed acquisition is supported by California Department of Fish and Wildlife Land Acquisition Evaluation. Evaluation validates this acquisition as a major conservation benefit that will provide the greatest ecological lift through management of invasive species, wetland and stream enhancement, and improved forest management, along with anchoring an area of essential habitat connectivity with the Pacific coast. The property is also identified in the California Wildlife Action Plan associated with the North Coastal Montane Riparian Forest and Woodland Ecoregion, which provides that the protection of this ecological intact property will allow the diverse habitats and species to persist through time, even in the face of climate change. The Department of General Services has approved the fair market value of $7,100,000. Staff recommends that the board approve this project as proposed. In the audience is Fraser Haney, Executive Director of the Wildlands Conservancy. If you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer.
All right, thank you, Jason. This is John again. Sorry, folks. I'm just going to stay on my phone, so I can't really see what's going on. So I'm going to ask Rebecca and or Chuck to kind of moderate the hands raised, that kind of thing. But I'll try to work the meeting through phone only. So I can't see if there's any board member hands raised. Is there any questions, board members?
No hands raised.
Great.
There are in the public though.
All right. So moving to public comment. We didn't have any speaker cards for this item. So Celeste, you want to call the names off, please?
Yeah. First will be Fraser Haney.
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Thanks, Jason, and thanks, John. We're really grateful to be here at the meeting and being considered on a project we've been working on for about 2.5 years. As Jason mentioned, this is part of our larger plan for the Eel River. This property includes 18 miles of frontage on the wild and scenic Eel River, including 3 miles of frontage on the North Fork. The total project for the Lone Pine Ranch includes 30,000 acres of different forest types, wetlands, and river frontage. It is a fantastic view of the North Coast Range. And one of the things we're most excited about is we think that the Lone Pine Ranch is a keystone to developing the Great Redwood Trail in the Eel River Canyon that Senator Mike McGuire has championed to date. This preserve will join our larger preserve system statewide, and more specifically on the Eel River, will help us build a vision of an Eel River Emerald Necklace, which is a string of preserves stretching from Dos Rios all the way to the Pacific Ocean that'll protect resources, but also provide public access for hiking, bicycle riding, kayaking, and other ways to get outside and enjoy nature. Again, we're grateful to the Wildlife Conservation Board and all the work that you've put in on this. We're also grateful to partners like the Conservation Fund, the Center for Biological Diversity, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Packard Foundation, Assembly Member Jim Wood, and we're particularly grateful for Senator Mike McGuire, who's really been a champion for the Eel River and for our acquisition of the Lone Pine Ranch. Thanks very much, and I'm here to answer any questions along with Jason.
Thank you, Fraser. Celeste?
Steve Hobbs from the Conservation Fund.
And I just want to remind folks to keep their comments to 2 minutes or less, please. We're monitoring time.
Steve Hobbs.
There we go. We're unmuted. Hi. Good afternoon, everybody. Steve Hobbs. I'm the State Director for the Conservation Fund. I just wanted to say how thrilled we are to be part of this exceptional project. And we're going to be helping out with the acquisition of Area 3 that was on the map. It's about 8,000 acres, and really appreciate all the support. So thank you.
And then Zach Crum has his hand raised.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, this is Zach Crum with Cesar Chavez Environmental Corps. Personally, as a trail builder and trail designer, I think that any kind of recreational access is a godsend in California. As someone who lives in an area where I'm surrounded by ranch land that I can't visit, good job. The other thing I want to say is, Mr. Hanley, if you need any help, give me a call. That's it. Thank you. That's all I
Thank
got.
you.
Thank you.
That's all I have, John.
Thank you. All right, seeing no more hands raised. I can't see them anyway, but hearing no more hands that are raised. Any other board member comments? And then I just would like to remind, as I pointed out in my opening discussion regarding the funding status, the board will be seeing a second project for this project, probably in February. It'll give us time to work through our appraisal process for the second phase for us, as well as consider the allocation in the budget, $10 million for Lone Pine Ranch. So stay tuned for another project in February, but at least we'll get over the hump with this first project if you guys approve it. So with that, if there's no other questions from board members.
No hands raised.
Great. So we'll move on to item number 24. This is the Upper Butte Creek Planning Project in Butte, Plumas, Tehama counties. Judah Grossman on our staff will present the project to the board.
Great. Thank you, John, and members of the board. This proposal is to consider the allocation for a grant to the Butte County Resource Conservation District for cooperative project with the Natural Resource Conservation Service and the U.S. Forest Service to analyze 15,800 acres and plan for future restoration activities in Lassen National Forest situated in Butte, Plumas, and Tehama counties. This location map shows the project area in red, and you can see Lake Almanor to the east and Chico to the southwest. The project area extends into 3 counties, but the majority falls within Butte and Tehama counties. Next slide, please. This planning project encompasses a very large area, almost 16,000 acres, predominantly mixed conifer forest with significant meadow and riparian habitat components too, including Colby Meadows shown in this slide. This project will look for the best opportunities to restore and enhance habitat in the project area. Those treatments will focus on restoration of degraded montane meadows and streams, restoration and expansion of aspen stands, hazardous fuels reduction, and road improvements to benefit sensitive environmental resources. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, a portion of the project area was burned by the Dixie Fire this summer, and this map shows the overlap between the project area in yellow and the Dixie Fire footprint in red. Despite that changed condition, the project goals, tasks, and deliverables remain unchanged. Arguably, there is even greater need to identify and plan enhancement opportunities given the fire impacts. Next slide, please. This photograph shows an example of dense forest conditions where hazardous fuels reduction could be conducted. Next slide. And this picture offers an example of meadow habitat degraded through off-highway vehicle traffic. Next slide. In this photograph, we see an eroded stream bank that could be stabilized to improve water quality. Next slide. And this aerial photograph shows an example of a degraded parking area that could be improved. Next slide, please. And in this final slide, we see an aspen stand where encroaching conifers could be thinned to maintain this important habitat type. Staff recommends the project as proposed. I'm happy to answer any questions that the board might have. And on the call today, we also have Thad Walker, District Manager with the Butte County Resource Conservation District. Thank you.
Thank you, Judah. So Celeste or Rebecca, do you want to handle the hands raised? So any board members have any questions for Judah for the RCD?
No hands. And no public comment.
Great. All right. Thank you, Judah. So we'll move on to the next item. If that's okay. Item number 25. Or no, number.
Yep, that's right. Item 25.
Yeah, 25, the English Meadow Restoration Project. This is to consider a grant to the Nevada Irrigation District, and Judah will also present this project to us.
Great. Thank you, John, and members of the board. This proposal is to consider the allocation for a grant to the Nevada Irrigation District to improve forest health and restore meadow habitat on 380 acres in the Middle Yuba River watershed, 20 miles northwest of Truckee in Nevada and Sierra counties. In this location map, we see the project area in red and the label for the town of Truckee to the southeast, near the lower right corner of the map. Also note Jackson Meadows Reservoir to the north of the project, immediately downstream of English Meadows. Next slide, please. This photograph shows English Meadow in the midground, appearing as an open grassy area on the right side of the photo. The Middle Yuba River runs through the meadow and eventually drains into Jackson Meadow Reservoir, which appears in the background of this photograph and lies to the north of English Meadow. Next slide, please. A suite of contributing factors like past land use, climate change, fire suppression, channel erosion, and overly dense forest conditions have impaired English Meadow's hydrologic function. For example, the Middle Yuba River channel is incised and flood flows are largely disconnected from the surrounding meadow floodplain. Flows within the meadow are flashy and exit downstream quickly before they can greatly recharge groundwater resources. As a result, late season stream flow is reduced and the vegetative community is shifting from wetland to upland plant types. This picture shows some of the dense forest surrounding English Meadow. Next slide. And this photograph shows conifers encroaching into the meadow itself. Next slide. And this photograph shows a portion of the incised river channel of the Middle Yuba River. Next slide. The project includes installing a series of woody debris jams and riffles to capture sediment in the main channel and to combat erosion, raise the water table, and improve hydrologic connection between channel flows and the meadow floodplain. Next slide. This project also includes thinning forest on the slopes adjacent to the meadow, as well as conifers encroaching into the meadow itself. And staff recommends the project as proposed. Again, I'm happy to answer any questions the board might have. And on the call today, we also have Nasa King, Environmental Resources Administrator with Nevada Irrigation District, and Greg Jones, Assistant General Manager with Nevada Irrigation District. Thank you, John.
Great, thank you, Judah. Any board member questions for staff or comments?
Yes, Catherine has her hand up.
Yeah, Catherine?
It's back down. Catherine, do you have a comment?
Yes, there I am. I'm trying to find myself here.
Thank you.
Yeah, and this should be very, very quick. I just want to better understand what this project would do is prevent a meadow from going through natural succession and keep it as a meadow. Is that essentially what we're doing? And the purpose of that is to help ensure that you have certain kinds of habitat, as well as places where you can ensure that there is the right kind of hydrological situation so that you are storing water and so forth. Is that it?
I caught a phrase that you said. If I heard you correctly, I think you said that the project intended to basically divert its path from a natural succession trajectory.
Yeah.
And,
yeah.
Okay, so no, that's not the goal. My understanding is that we're trying to correct some of those anthropogenic or human-caused disturbances. For instance, some drainage ditches that were installed during past land use. And by correcting those hydrologic errors or insults, then we can restore the hydrologic function of the meadow and raise the water table, exclude those dry or upland plants that are encroaching into the meadow itself, and maintain meadow function, which has a whole suite of benefits for our water quality and quantity as well.
Okay, so when you're saying the lodgepole pine encroachment, is that what you mean in terms of?
Yeah, that's an example of an upland plant encroaching into a meadow that a healthy meadow would be able to exclude it. The water table would be too high to support that particular species.
I see.
And under, ideal conditions. Yeah.
Okay, so the treatment will essentially be to do some thinning of those lodgepoles that are encroaching on the meadow.
Yeah, and
okay.
That's actually treating a symptom, and it's something we look for very carefully when we propose grants for funding, because that really doesn't get to the root cause. This project does correct the root cause. It's improving some critical issues with the channel itself by installing woody debris jams and riffles to capture sediment and build up that channel base, so that when flood flows are coming through the channel, they can overtop the bank and flood the meadow itself. Yeah, so if not for those hydrologic corrections, then we would just be treating symptoms by cutting down the conifers in the meadow. And we're doing both here. We're treating the underlying cause as well. Nasa King is with the grantee. If Nasa has any other comments to add, Nasa, you should raise your hand and you can be added. Otherwise, we can move on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, please.
Okay, I would entirely echo what you've said, Judah, that the project, we're really looking at a process facilitation approach where we will be using on-site materials. So it's those lodgepole pine to construct in-stream structures that will help to raise the deepest part of the channel up to reconnect it to the floodplain, as well as doing some forest health practices, the mastication and the removal of the dense understory on the slopes that immediately surround the meadow. You can see in this photo, there's steep slopes that come up once you get that break from the flat. It's a very flat meadow, less than a 1% grade, turns into the headwaters of the Middle Yuba River. So we'll be thinning the slopes. We'll be working within the meadow as well. And we've got multiple objectives, which would reduce wildfire severity, as well as reconnecting and rebuilding the hydrologic dynamics of the system.
Great, thank you, Nasa.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So any more questions, Catherine?
No, she's good.
Okay. Any other, Rebecca?
Yeah, I don't see any other hands raised for the board or on the public side.
All right, great. Well, thank you, Judah. We'll move on to item number 26. This is to consider a grant to the National Forest Foundation at Camp Pandola for a forest restoration project. Judah will also present this project to you. Judah?
Great, thank you, John, members of the board. This proposal is to consider the allocation for a grant to the National Forest Foundation for a cooperative project with the U.S. Forest Service to enhance forest health through selective thinning and reforestation activities on 550 acres in the Tahoe National Forest, approximately 5 miles east of Camptonville in Yuba County. This location map shows the Camp Pandola project area in red, which encompasses over 25,000 acres. The grant-funded work would treat 550 acres within that larger area. On the map, you can see New Bullard's Bar Reservoir, which lies near the center of the project area, as well as labels for Yuba City and Marysville, southwest of the project area. Next slide, please. This slide includes recent photographs of New Bullard's Bar Reservoir and a tributary in that watershed. The Camp Pandola project name itself refers to both Tahoe National Forest's Camp Project, which is a large-scale effort to improve watershed health, and the 1999 Pandola Fire. Next slide, please. The Pandola Fire burned nearly 12,000 acres around New Bullard's Bar Reservoir, removing most of the large conifer and hardwood trees in that forested area. Those large trees provide potential bald eagle nesting habitat, like the example shown in this photograph. Next slide. Forest burned by the Pendola fire is recovering, but to overstocked and structurally homogeneous forest conditions with an overabundance of hardwood resprouts and brush, including invasive plants like Scotch broom. Next slide. This grant would fund, among other things, hardwood culturing, hand thinning, and invasive plant removal to help reestablish a more diverse, sustainable stand composition and reduce hazardous fire fuels. Hardwood culturing refers to selective thinning of hardwood resprouts like black oak, madrone, and tan oak. By lopping the smaller sprouts and retaining only the 3 or 4 of the strongest sprouts per root crown, the forest is able to recruit fewer, larger, and more widely spaced hardwood trees over time, which reduces risk of catastrophic wildfire and improves wildlife habitat, as with bald eagle nest trees. Next slide, please. Grant-funded work will also include mechanical removal of invasive brush, like Scotch broom shown here, which increase risk of wildfire. And by mechanical removal, in this case, I mean lopping or use of a weed wrench to physically remove the plants. Next slide. Staff recommends the project as proposed. I'm happy to answer any questions that the board might have. And on the call today, we also have Brie Tiffany, California Program Associate with National Forest Foundation, Matt Millar, California Program Manager with National Forest Foundation, and Gabe Foster, District Fuel Specialist with the Yuba River Ranger District and Tahoe National Forest. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Judah. Any board member questions?
No hands are raised. And I don't see any public comment.
On the public comment. Great. All right, we'll move on to item 27, the Stuckey Ranch Preserve Project. This is to consider a grant to the Sierra Foothill Conservancy to acquire some property in Mariposa County. Kurt Weber on our staff will present the project. Kurt. Kurt there?
I don't actually see him in our list. I know he had gotten kicked out earlier as well. Is John Walsh available? Yeah, and I think John is actually in the office with you and having similar connectivity issues.
Let's try one other thing, Rebecca. If it's Kurt Weber, I see him over in the attendees side, not the panelist side.
Great, let's get him moved to panelist, please. Celeste, are you able to see him and move him?
All right,
Yes, he was moved over. Let's see if he can unmute himself.
Table this one. I'm just mindful of time, so let's hold off on number 20.
Can you hear me now?
We'll go to item.
Oh,
Can you hear me now?
There we go.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. You guys missed a heck of a presentation that I've already given. I'll do it again though. The Stuckey Ranch Preserve is located approximately 3.5 miles north of State Route 49 in Mariposa County. Next slide, please. The land in this area is rolling hills with the highest point of the ranch about 3,250 feet. The ranch itself totals around 226 acres, of which 76 of that is mountain meadow. The rest of it is mixed hardwood conifer forest consisting of pine, cedar, and some oaks. Next slide. The Sierra Foothill Conservancy maintains numerous conservation easements in the area, 3 of which are within CDFW's Portuguese Ridge Ecological Reserve cap. Stuckey Ranch is located just south of this cap, within 7 miles of Yosemite National Park and approximately a quarter mile from the Sierra National Forest boundary. Next slide. The ranch is a critical piece in the Conservancy's Jersey-Dale Meadow focus area. It will connect a number of differing habitat types, such as mountain meadow, wetlands, riparian corridors, and the mixed hardwood conifer forest of the Chowchilla River watershed. Next slide. The ranch has a riparian corridor and 4 ponds, and as noted, is within the Chowchilla River watershed. This area creates a corridor of conserved land among Mariposa County's remaining privately owned intact meadow complexes that are adjacent to the Sierra National Forest. The ranch's ecosystem provide diverse habitat opportunities for the gray owl, olive-sided flycatcher, yellow warbler, pallid bat, ringtail, porcupine, and other species of conservation concern. Next slide. Several species of concern have been identified within just a few miles of the property, including the western pond turtle, the yellow-lip pansy monkeyflower, the foothill yellow-legged frog, and numerous others. The property's climate vulnerable species count is 25, and both its ecoregion and statewide native species rank high, the score of 5. The property's several miles of riparian corridors encourage the resilience of these species in fragmented forested landscapes. Upon SFC taking ownership of the property, it will be grazed for vegetation and soil management purposes. SFC staff will follow WCB's established monitoring protocol and will complete a long-term management plan for the property within 1 year of close of escrow. The DGS approved fair market value is $900,000. The landowner has agreed to a bargain sale of the property where they will donate $160,000 of its value. Staff recommends approval as proposed. And with us today from SFC are Bridget Fithian, the Executive Director, Lauren Miller, Conservation Director, and Lexi Bollinger, Conservation Project Manager.
Okay, this is Bridget Fithian. Can you hear me? Okay, great.
Yeah, just 1 second, Bridget. I don't want to ask if there's any board member questions or comments.
Okay, thanks.
I'm not seeing any hands raised right now, John, for board members.
Okay, go ahead, Bridget.
Okay, great. Well, thanks very much, John, and good afternoon, Chairman Bonham and members of the Wildlife Conservation Board. I'm Bridget Fithian, Executive Director for Sierra Foothill Conservancy, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment today supporting the Stookie Ranch Preserve. This is really an iconic Mariposa County ranch, and it's located strategically in SFC's Jersey-Dale Meadow Focus area, as you heard, and is in proximity to DFW's Portuguese Ridge Cap. Conservation of this landscape will be an important building block to connect more than 3,000 acres of conserved meadow habitat. The mixed conifer forests and water resources of the property play a significant role in regional climate regulation and provide critical habitat to special status species, as you heard mentioned just a minute ago. Once in ownership of SFC, the long-term management planning and implementation will begin, which we're really looking forward to, including forest health improvements. The property lends itself well to being an ideal site to restore fire in concert with our Southern Sierra Miwok Nation partners as well. It's also an ideal location for education and guided recreation programming. And I really can think of no better way to celebrate SFC's 25th anniversary and 50,000 acres conserved than by completing the Stookie Ranch Preserve. So thank you all so much for your consideration of this project.
Thank you, Bridget. So we do have a speaker card from Supervisor Miles Menetry with Mariposa County.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you, members of the
Hi.
Wildlife Conservation Board, for the opportunity to provide support for agenda item number 27, the Stookie Ranch Preserve. My name is Miles Menetry. I am the Mariposa County Supervisor for District 5, where the Stookie Ranch is located. I've had the pleasure of working with the Sierra Foothill Conservancy on other projects, including the neighboring 1,300-acre Vondera Conservation Easement Forest Management Project and the Mariposa Creek Parkway. I have a deep appreciation for the work they do for and in our community. Funding the Stuckey Ranch project will help preserve Mariposa's history and rural way of life. The plans that Sierra Foothill Conservancy has to implement forest management and restoration activities will help make our surrounding communities more fire safe. I wholeheartedly support this project, and I hope that the Wildlife Conservation Board will approve funding for the Stuckey Ranch preservation today. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue Overstreet?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Sue Overstreet. I'm a fourth generation Mariposa resident and also a member of the Sierra Foothill Conservancy Board of Directors. I've driven by this ranch for years and often thought, oh, it would be wonderful to have it protected, and because it's such a special place. The landscape lends itself to becoming a really effective outdoor classroom for people of all ages who will be able to connect with this property, learn about the natural systems. The abundance of wildlife present on the property, from deer and black bear to western pond turtles and great gray owls, will benefit in perpetuity as rural development subsumes the habitat in the nearby area. It's particularly threatened by small ranchettes, I think, in the future. I respectfully request that the Wildlife Conservation Board approve this important habitat conservation project and look forward to a future of conservation, restoration, and education on the Stuckey Ranch Preserve. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lynn Gorman? Lynn Gorman? Okay, Cassandra.
I'm sorry, I thought I was unmuted. I'm also a member of the Sierra Foothill Conservancy. My name is Lynn Gorman. I'm also past president. Our board is very excited about the Stuckey Ranch Preserve. We had the opportunity a couple of months ago to visit it. And what is really exceptional about this property, in my view, is the water resources, the linked meadows and the ponds. And if you looked at the first photo that showed the extremely dry bluffs above the property with the many dead trees, I think the bluffs and the fact that it goes up very quickly into the high elevation of the Sierra Nevada behind that contribute to the water resources of this location. We're also very excited about starting some educational programs and using this as a base. It's perfectly located, being near to Mariposa and the Oakhurst community. So I really appreciate your consideration of this project and would encourage your support. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one last, Cassandra Bismeyer.
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. So thanks for your time and in advance for your support of this important project. My name is Cass Bismeyer, and I'm a resident of Mariposa County for the last 11 years, and my husband is a lifelong resident here. We are avid recreationists and are grateful for living in an area that has recreation opportunities. And although we are close to Yosemite and other public lands managed by the National Park Service, Forest Service, and BLM, this particular opportunity, I think, is even more critical as far as the connectivity that Bridget was talking about for habitat and species. For us, we are more grateful now than ever, having these even closer to home recreation opportunities that the Sierra Foothill Conservancy has really worked hard for our community in providing. We have two young boys, ages 2 and 5, who will be forever grateful that we've had the luxury of growing up near Stockton Creek Preserve, another very successful recreation corridor that SFC has worked on. In our regular hiking adventures to that preserve, we've been able to witness them firsthand become conservation stewards right before our eyes. So it just goes to say that these seemingly smaller projects, they really do make a difference. They're learning how to enjoy the land and, more importantly, how to care for it through those recreation and restoration programs that SFC and other land trusts offer over the years. We're beyond thrilled to see SFC making more progress and adding additional acres in nearby areas such as Stuckey Ranch Preserve. This ranch offers our family and others in the foothill community the opportunity to explore new parts of the foothills, again, that are closer to home, and different ecosystems within the foothills that are unlike the ones that we have right now. Not only is this parcel of land suitable for recreational use, educational programming, it's prime for stewardship opportunities for our community, but the opportunity for connectivity for habitat and species is really vital in the biodiversity for our area, especially the mountain meadows, riparian corridor, and multiple ponds that others have mentioned. You know, and again, even though,
Can you close off your comments? You're way past 2 minutes, if you don't mind.
Sure.
We're kind of.
No problem.
Sorry.
Thank you for your time and support of making this project a reality.
Thank you. All right, that's all the speaker cards we have. Is there any last minute board member comments or questions?
It doesn't look like it.
Great. Okay. The next item would be item number 28, but I'm going to move to item number 30. We have one board member that has to leave at 4 o'clock. So I would like the Wallace Annenberg Overcrossing Project presented, and then we will take a vote right after that on that particular item, and will be part of the complete presentation calendar item that we'll vote on at the end. So item number 30.
Yep.
And
Hey,
I'd
John,
like to ask Don Crockett. Yeah.
Yep. So thanks, John. Don, I just want to send a shout out to one particular board member. If Senator Pavley would do us the great pleasure of, after Don's presentation, kicking off the board discussion. I know she's just been such a remarkable leader on this project, and I'd love to hear from her first for the board's benefit. Thanks.
Thank you, Chuck. Thanks.
Great, thank you, everybody. This proposal is to consider the allocation for an augmentation to a WCB agreement with the National Wildlife Federation for a cooperative project with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, California State Coastal Conservancy, Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, Mountains Recreation and Conservation Authority, and National Park Service that will build a wildlife overpass that will span the 101 freeway and Agora Road near the Liberty Canyon Road exit in Agora Hills, California. Next slide, please. US Highway 101 is one of the busiest freeways in the Los Angeles metropolitan area. 10 to 12 lanes wide at some points. In northern Los Angeles County, it prevents movement of wildlife between two major wildlife habitat areas, the Santa Monica Mountains to the south and the Simi Hills to the north, which provide a pathway into the Los Padres National Forest. This habitat fragmentation and blocking of critical wildlife habitat linkages by the freeway has reduced the genetic health and adaptability of many local species, but has had particularly severe consequences for mountain lions. Next slide, please. Recent genetic analysis indicate that lions in the Santa Monica Mountains have among the lowest genetic diversity of any mountain lion population ever documented and are at risk of extinction in the Santa Monica Mountains within the next 50 years. Plans to restore connectivity across the 101 barrier with a wildlife overpass settled on the Liberty Canyon Road area, as it is the only site in the region that has protected land on both sides of the freeway. This led the South Coast Missing Linkages Project to identify Liberty Canyon as one of the highest priority linkages in Southern California. The area was also placed on CDFW's statewide priority wildlife movement barrier list. The historic drought Southern California is currently facing has made this situation even more dire. Lack of rain has reduced the carrying capacity of the fragmented habitat areas. This can stress wildlife populations to the point that the need to find new habitat will make wildlife desperate enough to risk crossing the freeway. This has made the mountain lion situation worse and may lead to species that are not currently under the same genetic pressure as the mountain lion to begin taking the same risks as they search for new hunting and foraging habitat. Next slide, please. Here's a 3D picture of the proposed overpass. The crossing will be 200 feet long and 160 feet wide. It spans 10 lanes of freeway and an access road. On an average day, over 300,000 cars will drive beneath the new structure. The former natural mountain slope that was cut in to build the freeway will be rebuilt in order to restore the natural flow up to the crossing. 500 feet of channelized stream and 2 acres of riparian woodland will also be restored that will work with landforms and sound walls to block the light and sound of the freeway that may prevent human-averse species like the mountain lion from approaching the crossing. Next slide, please. Here's an artist's conception of the finished overpass. This is a good picture because you can see how the structure was designed to blend in with the area's topography. Next slide, please. And here's a closer look at the overpass itself. And the bottom picture is what drivers will experience as they approach the overpass. Next slide, please. This project is also notable for the public enthusiasm surrounding it. Years of public outreach by NWF and allies have raised awareness of the Southern California mountain lion. School children in LA County in particular have responded to this issue, as you can see from this photo taken at a Save LA Cougars rally. And local communities, the County Board of Supervisors, and state and federal agencies have all been involved to help propel this project along. The interest has also reached Governor Newsom, who can be seen here touring the project site with Beth Pratt from NWF. Therefore, staff recommends that the Wildlife Conservation Board approve this project as proposed. In the audience is Beth Pratt from the National Wildlife Federation. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. So Fran, do you want to start off the board comments?
Thank you very much, John. I'll just make it brief because I'll let Beth articulate this very well, that this is decades of effort by a whole variety of people, but we wouldn't be here today without the National Wildlife Federation. But let me go back in time, and this includes the Wildlife Conservation Board and the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy and the State Coastal Conservancy and Department of Fish and Wildlife, National Park Service, who have invested millions and millions of dollars, taxpayer funds and volunteer efforts all through the Santa Monica Mountains National Recreation Area. I'll take this project as a birthday anniversary present for City of Agoura Hills. Will be 40 years old next year. And one of the first things that happened was the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy actually raised the money to preserve the land on both sides of the freeway, the only open space left along the 101. And we're here today because the investment of the public and voters in bond acts from the county level, the state level, and from the national level have put together this patchwork quilt of open space, connecting it, making it vital habitat. And now we realize, and it's because of the biologists' great work on this from all different levels of government, that how important this connectivity is. And then my last comment will be, Chuck, you might remember, it was several years ago, Joe Edmondson from the Conservancy and I took you on a little helicopter ride over the Santa Monica Mountains. And I think you were looking at this skeptically, like, why in LA County would you be doing a wildlife crossing? And we're flying over and you all of a sudden almost stopped the flight and said, I get it now, as we're going over the 101 freeway. I'm in the middle of an hourglass with all this open space to the north of the 101 and south of the 101. And the 101 is this barrier to connectivity. And from then on, it's, as I tell Beth all the time, it's not if, it's but it's when we'd be able to put together the financing for this project. So this has been a model public-private partnership, and as someone who actually lives in Agoura Hills, I thank everyone for this effort, and we look forward to working with wildlife crossings all over the state to support their efforts as well. And Wade Crowfoot, I've got a shout out to Wade and Governor Newsom, not only on the 30/30 plans, but they have been instrumental in being supportive of the value of open space, habitat preservation, and also the multi-benefits of dealing with droughts. We're going to be restoring some riparian areas that were destroyed in the Woolsey fire a couple of years ago as part of this crossing effort. So thanks again, everyone who's been involved. And I'll let Beth, who's our main cheerleader, take it away.
Let me jump in, and I know we've got a set of board members who probably want to say things, and Fran, it wouldn't have happened without you. And Senator Stern and so many others. I think I would need to say the same as to Ms. Sannenberg, having worked with her in the past. Her commitment to the civic nature and the ecological health of Southern California is unparalleled. Hey, here's the deal. Freedom to roam. There is no more direct climate adaptation response strategy than connecting habitats for fish and wildlife. This cascading effects of climate we're seeing are accelerating so fast, we have to give these majestic fish and wildlife freedom to roam. This is that project in exemplar terms, and my hope is the moment after Beth cuts the ribbon with the governor and the senators, we turn to the next project to complete because it's sorely needed across all of California. So with that, Catherine, I see your hand up, probably on behalf of Senator Stern, and then we'll see if other board members have thoughts. We'll go to public comments, and we're going to take a vote on this. I know board member Silva has to leave, but wants to vote yes on the project. Oh, I can't say what he wants. I'm guessing he wants to vote yes. But. Go ahead, Catherine.
Thank you, Director Bonham. My name is Catherine Moore. I'm here on behalf of Senator Stern, who unfortunately is in transit, and he did give me a statement to read. My sincere appreciation goes to the Executive Director Donnelly, the entire board, the board staff, Director Bonham, the good people of Caltrans, Secretary Crowfoot, and Governor Newsom for working with us in the legislature to deliver this critical final grant in the nick of time. Make no mistake, we are in the midst of an extinction event globally, and California wildlife is at the tip of this spear. Nowhere is this pressure more acute than in the reluctant metropolis of Los Angeles, which is both a biodiversity hotspot and home to more freeway driving people than anywhere else in the world. With this grant, combined with the generous support of Wallace Annenberg and the indomitable team at the National Wildlife Federation, we have a chance to break ground on the wildlife corridor later this year and thereby usher in a new era of science-driven, nature-based infrastructure that will demonstrate to the world our commitment to keep California wild, create hundreds of union jobs, and give the wildlife of Southern California a fighting chance at survival. Thanks, Chuck.
So well said. Any other board members want to weigh in with questions or comments? And then John, we'll turn it over to y'all to go through public comment. I'm not seeing any board member hands.
All right, so do you want to move to Beth?
Yeah, let's do that. And then Celeste, get ready for any public comments after Beth, please. It's all yours, Beth.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Bonham. Thank you, everybody, WCB board, Director Donnelly. I am just pleased to be here today. A lot of you have been looking at this project and the need for it for decades, if not a decade. We are pleased to be one of the main partners that helps bring this to the finish line. And with this monumental gift or grant from the Wildlife Conservation Board, we are steps away, and we will be breaking ground this year on this project, which, as you've all stated, is leadership for California, helps with preserving our incredible biodiversity, helps save this mountain lion population from extinction, but also sets a model for the world on what is possible and what can be done in these urban areas to preserve biodiversity. I'm just honored to be part of the partners and part of all of us who are making this happen. I also do want to call out your support for the rest of the project: State Route 97, Coyote Valley, the Rainbow Canyon, Liberty Canyon. I hope is going to act as an inspiration, but we need to do more. It is it's obviously the most critical linkage, I think, in California, but it's not the only one. So California is going to lead the way, and I appreciate it. Thank you all for your support of this critical project.
Great. Thank you, Beth. We do have two speakers speaker cards that were submitted. Mr. Fred Hall with the Mountain Lion Foundation.
Good afternoon, Chair Bonham and members. I'm Fred Hall, speaking on behalf of the Mountain Lion Foundation in support of item 30, the Wallace Annenberg Wildlife Crossing augmentation at Liberty Canyon. This crossing will foster safe passage and genetic conductivity for populations of wildlife species like the mountain lion, whose habitat has become so severely fragmented by human development. We thank you in advance for your support of this project. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Hall. Nina Beckhart.
I don't see her on the list anymore, John. So she might have.
She commented earlier and actually referenced this project, so I just wanted to make sure she didn't have any more comments. So that's all the speaker cards I have. Is there any public comment that you see hands raised for?
No other hands raised. Or let me.
Great, thank you.
Hold on. Oh, no, it's Beth's hand that's still up, but she just.
Okay. And then before I read the motion or ask for a motion and then read the motion and call for the vote, I do want to let the board know that I did receive 2 additional letters of support that are not identified in the full agenda write-up. One is from Congressman Ted Lieu, and then the other is from Assemblymember Richard Bloom. I just do want to make sure that those are on the record. So with that, does anybody want to move the project?
How about Senator Pavley? You want to do the honors?
I will need to abstain.
Oh, great. Okay. I'll make a motion that the board approve the Wallace-Annenberg Wildlife Crossing augmentation as proposed in the staff items.
Is there a second?
You have a second? Yep.
It sounds like a second from Catherine. Yep.
Catherine, great. All right, so the motion reads, staff recommends that the Wildlife Conservation Board adopt the written findings and approve this project as proposed. Allocate $20 million from the General Fund Budget Act of 2021, Chapter 21. Authorize staff to enter into appropriate agreements necessary to accomplish this project, and authorize staff and the Department of Fish and Wildlife to proceed substantially as planned. So Matt Alme?
Aye.
Alina Bokde?
I don't see Alina.
Chuck Bonham?
I'm here.
Yep.
I'm here.
Okay. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Great. Chuck?
Yes.
Damon?
Yes.
Fran?
Abstention.
Abstain.
Abstention. Yeah, I just want to make sure I heard it. Catherine?
Yes.
And Pete? Pete may have to go. I can't tell if he's on or not. She's still on the list, Celeste?
I do not see him.
Okay. Or motion does pass, though, Mr. Chair.
Congratulations, everyone involved.
Yes. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go. Thank you. Let's go back to item number 28. This is to consider a grant to the Monterey Bay Salmon and Trout Project for the Kingfisher Flat Hatchery Fire Recovery Project. Kara Allen on our staff will present the project. Kara?
Thank you, John. Good afternoon, everyone. Agenda item 28 is a proposal to consider a grant to the Monterey Bay Salmon and Trout Project to restore the Kingfisher Flat Conservation Hatchery to its pre-fire capacity and production. The Monterey Bay Salmon and Trout Project is a nonprofit organization that owns, manages, and operates the Kingfisher Flat Hatchery, which is located on private land at the confluence of Big Creek and Berry Creek within the Scott Creek watershed in Santa Cruz County, and is about 4 miles northeast of the town of Davenport. The purpose of this hatchery is to aid in the conservation, reintroduction, and recovery of coho salmon in the Santa Cruz Mountains diversity strata. Next slide. Before a vote. This map was taken from the NOAA Fisheries Recovery Plan for coho salmon, and outlines the 10 watersheds south of San Francisco Bay that make up the Santa Cruz Mountains diversity stratum, which the hatchery has been releasing fish into for nearly 40 years. Next slide. This hatchery has tremendous value for the recovery of southern coho salmon because it has been the most successful in spawning operations with the highest fertilization success rate and emergence to survival rate compared to 2 other conservation hatcheries that make up the Southern Coho Salmon Captive Broodstock Program. For over a decade, the hatchery has released tens of thousands of fish each year into the recovery watersheds, preserving a full 3-year broodstock lineage and maintaining vital genetic resources that would otherwise be lost and unrecoverable. For these reasons, both CDFW and NOAA Fisheries identify the hatchery's captive broodstock program as the highest priority recovery action in delisting the species through the southern portion of its historic range. Next slide. Restoration of this hatchery is needed because it sustained significant damage from the CZU lightning complex fire that swept through the Scott Creek watershed in August of last year. The fire destroyed 60% of the outdoor hatchery facilities, including 5 pools and several sorting and handling tanks, and their associated protection canopies and plumbing and electrical. The fire also damaged the bridge that provides safe and reliable access to the hatchery and completely burned the hatchery residence that provided the bathroom for staff and volunteers. The pictures on the left show pre-fire conditions and on the right are post-fire conditions of the same area. The top pictures are of the lower raceway, which sustained damage to its shade canopy, 1 pool, and much of its plumbing system. And the lower pictures are of the former location of the broodstock rearing and spawning area that was on an upper terrace of Big Creek and separated from the main hatchery by a timber retaining wall, all of which was completely destroyed. Next slide. The solution for getting the hatchery back online and producing fish again is to replace the damaged outdoor facilities and the site's infrastructure. The infrastructure repairs include repairing the access bridge, constructing a septic system and an 8-foot by 16-foot bathroom, and connecting this facility to a 10,000-gallon water tank that was also destroyed in the fire. And finally, the vertical bank of the Big Creek Terrace needs to be stabilized and will be revegetated with native riparian plants. The upper left picture is what remains of the access bridge, and the right picture is an example of what the bridge will look like after repairs are made to its abutments, decking, and rails. The bottom picture is of the Big Creek Terrace after initial cleanup efforts, and its vertical bank will be filled and compacted to a 3-to-1 slope, and a habitat restoration plan will guide the naturalization of this area to native riparian habitat. The first order of business for the project will be repairing the bridge so that hauling and delivery trucks can get to the site. Once the bridge is repaired, reconstruction of the hatchery facility can begin. Next slide. The hatchery facilities work entails filling the upper raceway, which is shown in the upper left picture, with gravel, and relocating the 4 new pools and 6 holding tanks to this area, and installing the associated plumbing, electrical, and water circulation components. A 5th pool will be purchased and installed in the lower raceway, where the burned pool in the upper right picture is located. And finally, to top everything off, each pool will have a protective dome that will protect fish from predators and debris, as pictured in the bottom left picture. And the spawning area located in the upper raceway will have a 40-foot by 24-foot steel shade structure installed over it to shade fish spawning operations, and will look like what's pictured on the bottom right picture. And next slide. Before inviting any questions or comments, I want to thank and acknowledge Matt Rowley and Ben Harris with the Monterey Bay and Salmon and Trout Project, who are here today in support of the project and to help answer any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Kara. Any board member questions?
I don't see any hands, John.
Great, thank you. Okay, we don't have any speaker cards for this item, so let's move on to item 29. We're going to withdraw this item at this time. So the board will not be taking action on item 29 today. So that takes us to item 31. The Rainbow Canyon Wildlife Crossing Planning Project. This is to consider a project with Caltrans. And there. Don Crocker will present the project to you. Don.
Great, thank you, John. This proposal is considered the allocation for a grant to the California Department of Transportation for a cooperative project with the Nature Conservancy for a planning project to provide designs, environmental review, and permitting for the proposed Rainbow Canyon Wildlife Crossing across Interstate 15 in western Riverside County that will enable safe passage for wildlife between the Eastern Peninsular Range and the Santa Ana Mountains. Next slide, please. The project is located in a region of the Santa Ana Mountains known as Rainbow Canyon, along a stretch of Interstate 15 near the San Diego Riverside County line. Despite being close to 400,000 acres of nearly contiguous habitat, wildlife researchers have documented the Santa Ana Mountains as being at risk of isolation and fragmentation by roads and urban development. Rainbow Canyon has specifically been identified as a nearly impenetrable barrier to movement for mountain lions and other wildlife into the Santa Anas from the larger Eastern Peninsular Range. Next slide, please. Here are a couple photos of Interstate 15 as it bisects Rainbow Canyon. This is an 8-lane freeway that has traffic 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Any animal that attempts to cross here will face a daunting challenge, and many that try wind up being struck by fast-moving vehicles. This is, of course, an unfortunate loss of wildlife, but it also presents a vehicle safety hazard. Next slide, please. As with Liberty Canyon, the local mountain lion population has suffered the most from the fragmentation. Recent mountain lion genetic analysis indicates significant genetic restriction and minimal evidence of migration into the Santa Ana mountain population in recent years. It is feared that if east-west genetic connectivity across I-15 is not restored, the mountain lion population in the Santa Ana Mountains may disappear within 50 years. This could accelerate to as early as 12 years if inbreeding becomes a bigger issue. The relatively healthier mountain lion population in the Eastern Peninsular Range will also begin to experience the same issues that Santa Ana cougars currently face if connectivity is not restored in the next decade. These concerns have led Rainbow Canyon to be placed on CDFW's 2020 Wildlife Barrier Priority List. Next slide, please. Wildlife studies have concluded that a dual system of over and under crossing is required to provide the greatest benefit to the greatest number of wildlife species over the long term. So this project will evaluate alternatives and potential environmental effects of vegetated wildlife overcrossing and undercrossing structures. This will include developing designs, conducting environmental review, and acquiring any necessary permits. The focus of these activities will be on meeting the connectivity needs of mountain lion as well as a variety of other wildlife species, including bobcat, fox, and mule deer. When implemented, the project will restore genetic connectivity between mountain lion subpopulations in the Santa Ana Mountains and the Eastern Peninsular Ranges. And the future crossing will help ensure the protection of a regional ecological gradient from the coast to the desert, which will become critical as wildlife species respond to changing climate conditions. Therefore, staff recommends that the Wildlife Conservation Board approve this project as proposed. In the audience is Scott Quinnell from the California Department of Transportation. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Any board member hands, questions?
Not seeing any.
Can't see any. Okay. Any public comment? Any hands raised from the public?
None there.
Great. Thank you, Don. We'll move on to item number 32, the Chavez Creek Federal Boulevard Repair and Restoration Project. This is to consider a grant to the Groundworks of San Diego at Chavez Creek. Don will also present this project to the board.
Thank you, John. This proposal is to consider the allocation for a grant to Groundworks San Diego Chavez Creek for a cooperative project with the California Natural Resources Agency, the California Department of Water Resources, and the City of San Diego to remove a concrete channel and restore riparian habitat on Chavez Creek in the City of San Diego. Next slide, please. Chavez Creek is an ephemeral stream that runs through the neighborhood of South San Diego. While it still retains some of its natural character in its headwaters, the stream has been heavily channelized and modified in the urbanized downstream portions. This project will restore the section of Choyas Creek that runs along Federal Boulevard between Home Avenue to the west and the I-805 SR94 off-ramp to the east. This section of the creek is lined by concrete and dominated by invasive plants, and this has led to 3 significant issues. It has no significant habitat value. The concrete does not allow water to infiltrate, which contributes to local stormwater quality issues and a higher volume storm runoff. And it also contributes to the separation of neighborhoods from recreational amenities. The economically disadvantaged communities to the north and south of the project are in what is considered a park-poor portion of the city. Looking at this photo, you can see a large open space area at the bottom of this photograph and another to the right and slightly below the project area, but these are cemeteries. The only real recreational open space in the neighborhood is Sunshine Berardini Park. Unfortunately, there is no trail along Choyas Creek, so anyone without a car who wishes to head to the park would need to walk or cycle along Federal Boulevard, which is a highly trafficked surface street where most people would not feel comfortable shepherding a group of children on a walk to the park. Next slide, please. And here's what the project area looks like. As you can see, it functions more as a flood conveyance structure than it does as a creek because the entire project area has been hardened with a concrete channel. Also, the native riparian vegetation is long gone, and most of the plants you see in these photos are invasive species. And portions of the project area are magnets for graffiti and illegal dumping. Next slide, please. The project will restore this portion of Choyas Creek to as much of its original character as possible. This will be done by ripping out the concrete lining and widening and deepening the stream channel. A soft bottom lined with cobbles will be installed that will increase water infiltration and improve flooding and water quality in the area. The newly graded stream banks will then be planted with native riparian vegetation that will restore some of the area's habitat value. And a trail from Home Avenue to Sunshine Berardini Field will also be built that will allow safer access to the park for pedestrians. Next slide, please. The photo on the right is from Los Angeles County and shows the potential to dechannelize urban streams restored with Southern California riparian habitat Hope. This project will use similar methods to restore 2,000 linear feet of riparian corridor that is currently about 40 feet wide, but will be expanded to between 65 to 90 feet in width. The new wider corridor will be revegetated and will result in 5 acres of native riparian habitat. The area should also see improvements to water quality and flood control for the new soft bottom. And finally, a grove of native trees, 3,100 linear feet long by 8 feet wide, will be planted along the trail that will provide a safe, shaded, and welcoming route for neighbors to travel to Sunshine Berardini Park. Therefore, staff recommends the Wildlife Conservation Board approve this project as proposed. In the audience is Leslie Reynolds from Groundwork San Diego Choyas Creek. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Any board member questions?
Yes, you have Catherine.
I love this proposal, and it's exactly the kind of proposal I hope we'll be seeing more of in the future. I don't know how it ended up coming to the board, if there was how folks found their way to the board, but this is to me very exciting. It increases park access in an area that has been neglected, brings nature back to an area where it shouldn't have been stolen. It's kind of like a mini version of what has been happening in parts of the LA River. So I think this is a really good one.
Great, thanks, Catherine. Any other comments or questions?
None from the board members, but there is someone from the public.
Can you call them out, please?
Yes, Leslie Reynolds.
Hi there. Thank you all so very much for this investment in our Choyas Creek watershed. We are the environmental justice organization for the watershed, and we've been working at this project for quite some time. We're very grateful to Don for getting us to this place, to Assembly Member and now Secretary of State Shirley Weber for directing funding towards our watershed, and understanding because her daughter, now Assembly Member Weber, played in some of the more pristine areas of this creek as a child. We thank Assembly Member, now Secretary of State Weber, for recognizing the incredible ecosystem and human value of the creek system that we do have, despite years of urbanization. So We're extremely grateful. This project is leveraging a number of other projects on the east and the west, one with National Park Service on the west, and one with Caltrans funding for restoration and trails on the east. So it's bringing untold benefit to our communities of concern, most of which are represented by the Chavez Creek watershed. So we're very moved and very grateful, and we thank you.
Great, thank you. Is there any other public comments, Celeste?
None that I see.
All right, thank you. So that brings us to item number 33. In the agenda, this is the San Aleo Lagoon Ecological Reserve Habitat Restoration Project. It's a project with Nature Collective, and James Croft of our staff will present the project. James.
Thank you, John. This project was selected to be presented to the board for funding consideration from the 2020 Pacific Flyway Conservation Solicitation. This proposal is to consider the allocation for a grant to Nature Collective for a cooperative project with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and San Diego County to enhance riparian habitat at the San Alejo Lagoon Ecological Reserve. The reserve is located within the Escondido Creek watershed, approximately 2 miles north of Solana Beach in San Diego County. The reserve was acquired to preserve, protect, and maintain coastal wetland habitat and to provide for the needs of coastal wetland dependent species. It was designated as an ecological reserve by the Fish and Game Commission in 1983. Currently, the riparian habitat within the project area is characterized by the presence of native species such as arroyo willow and black willow, and non-native species such as eucalyptus and palm trees. Sorry, next slide, please. Understory species are primarily weedy non-natives, and there is limited native transitional upland species such as mulefat, seep willow, and other shrubs. Next slide, please. Non-native species within the project area, such as eucalyptus and palm, are highly flammable, contributing to the risk of wildfires. Removing the non-native plants and replanting native plants will increase the adaptive capacity of this riparian system to respond to climate change, and will provide high-quality habitat for the least Bell's vireo and southwestern willow flycatcher, among other species. Next slide, please. The lack of canopy structure resulting from stands of invasive eucalyptus trees reduces shading and bank edge river habitat, resulting in warmer water than can be found in a riparian forest. Warmer temperatures result in lower oxygen concentrations and ultimately in lower diversity of aquatic species. Removal of these trees will reestablish a diverse canopy structure, which will provide positive benefits to both aquatic and avian species. Invasive species control methods will include both manual and targeted chemical removal. The project operates under an IPM that incorporates the most up-to-date herbicide application techniques. Additionally, the project has incorporated project revisions that would avoid or mitigate adverse effects to a point where clearly no significant adverse effects would occur. All herbicide use conditions for mixing, application, and cleanup will conform to all applicable federal, state, and local regulations. General avoidance and minimization measures have been incorporated into the project to avoid and minimize potential impacts to sensitive habitat and plant and wildlife species to the maximum extent practicable. Next slide, please. Revegetation will be conducted using native plant species grown from local seed stock and will include installation of up to 600 container plants per acre, depending upon the surrounding vegetation, soil, and hydrology. The plant palette will include species from multiple target plant communities and will be designed to reduce climate vulnerability by creating redundancy in climate-related plant traits to ensure that a variety of resources for wildlife remains available year-round. Next slide, please. The grantee will also design, develop, and implement a brown-headed cowbird management program within the project area. Brown-headed cowbirds are obligate brood parasites. Females do not build nests, but rather lay their eggs in the nests of other host birds and transfer the responsibility of hatching and raising their young to the host bird. When parasitizing nests, the cowbird often removes the eggs of the host bird. This nest parasitism lowers the reproductive success of host birds and has led to population declines in several host species, such as the least Bell's vireo and willow flycatcher. Staff recommends that the Wildlife Conservation Board approve this project as proposed. On the call today to answer any questions you may have is Mr. Doug Gibson, Executive Director and Principal Scientist for Nature Collective. Thank you.
Thank you, James. So board member comments?
Catherine?
So based on our earlier conversation, you probably know what I'm going to be raising here. I'm concerned. I know this is a long-term project, and it's part of many years of working to restore the San Elijo Lagoon, which I appreciate. But I would like us to find a way to better monitor or help applicants move away from the use of some very potent herbicides. In this case, again, it's glyphosate and two others that are nearly unpronounceable that have either uncertain or negative impacts. I mean, one basically sterilizes the ground. And I recognize that there are some non-native plants that in the end you may have to use an herbicide on, but I would like to see going forward, I would like to see projects like this go through. I'd like to be provided with more detail up front, and I'd like to make sure that the utmost has happened to encourage the applicants to find and define what they're going to do to minimize the use of these herbicides and pesticides generally with these state dollars.
Catherine, let me just weigh in, and James, I have a question in a second. Yes. Hear you on more information before the board meeting. So John, please know that's important. And to me, this suggests we also want to advance a discussion, as you and Damon referenced in the earlier agenda item, that avails ourselves of some expertise to this applicant pool and staff around project design. I'm willing to entertain some similar kind of language in this approval that, asks the parties and our staff to make maximum effort to minimize use. And I think, James, maybe you mentioned Brian Albright was on the phone, but I would want to confirm with Brian as Director of Parks and Rec at the county. He's willing to entertain our, instruction advice. Please further probe on reducing that application need down as small as possible.
Yeah, thank you, Chuck. We actually have Doug Gibson from Nature Collective on the call today. I don't believe Mr. Albright was able to make it on the call, but we can definitely circle back with him and have that discussion. Doug, would you like to weigh in a little bit? Doug and I have been talking about this recently, and I'd like to get his expertise.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. And thank you for considering this application. Yeah, my name is Doug Gibson. I'm the Executive Director and Principal Scientist for Nature Collective, formerly the San Elijo Lagoon Conservancy. I also sit on the board of the California Invasive Plant Council for the last 16 years. And sit on the 19 agency member Wetlands Recovery Project that's run through the Coastal Conservancy. We run a multi-watershed invasive species program that has appropriate permits from the state and federal agencies to do the work. And really, it's an integrative process to build a toolbox to treat and control invasive plants on a large scale watershed basis. Our entire role is to try to heal the habitat and get it to a functioning status. And I think our involvement, we already engage directly with San Diego County Ag on their IPM, as well as UC Cooperative to work through this. We work with CDFW as well and have written permission to work in the ecological reserves and our amounts and what we use and how we approach it from former employee Joel Trumbull. So we've worked through these processes like over the last 16 years to become better at this. It's a tool to us. If we can go out and pull, we're going to go out and pull, and we're going to get volunteers out there in the field. Areas we can't have people pulling out eucalyptus. We can't disturb the soil by ripping out trunks in the stream bed. That violates our 1600 permit. But cutting trees down and painting stumps is very limiting in terms of its potential spray. We're not, fully or spraying these 100-foot trees.
Mm-hmm.
And I think,
that's super helpful. I just have a very focused question.
Sure.
As the project partner, I just want to confirm you're willing, as you implement, to take all steps you can to minimize the use of the herbicide, correct?
We do on every project.
Understood.
Okay. And I think from a WCB perspective and the bond funds, these funds have a 25-year life. So we have to ensure the success of this for 25 years. And a lot of times doing mechanical methods, we just don't have the funding to work 25 years on these sites. So we utilize the best information and the best technology that we can, so we can get in and get out and let it recover.
Great, thank you. Any other board thoughts on this agenda item? I think we're at the end of the items.
We are at the end of the item.
Right.
Yeah, Chuck. And what I would recommend, given Catherine's concern on this item, I would like to take this as a separate item and vote on it. We can vote on the rest of the presentation calendar. But first, I'd like to ask her, is there any other board comments on this particular item?
Not seeing any. No.
Okay. All right. So what I would like to do, if it's okay with the board, any public comment? I'm sorry. Any public hands raised?
No public comment.
Okay. So we will take item number 33 motion right now. And we'll vote on it, and then we'll go back and we'll vote on all of the rest of the presentation calendar, excluding 29 and 30, because we've already voted on those, and 29 was deferred. Is that okay to the board?
That makes sense.
Okay. So I'll read the motion and the way I understand it, and then if I can get that moved, and then a second, then we'll vote on it. So staff recommends that the Wildlife Conservation Board approve this project as proposed. Allocate $1,976,000 from the California Drought, Water, Parks, Climate, Coastal Protection, and Outdoor Access for All Act of 2018, Proposition 68, Public Resources Code Section 80-132, subsection C. Authorize staff, and then also instruct the department to work, or WCB department staff to work with the grantee and the UC system to reduce scope of the project and identify an application to include alternative techniques and seek alternative for acceptance from Department of Toxics and Substance Control as well. Authorize staff to enter into appropriate agreements necessary to accomplish this project, and authorize staff and the Department of Fish and Wildlife to proceed substantially as planned. So does that motion work for the board?
I think it's Department of Pesticide Regulation that we were talking about.
Okay. Pesticide regulation. Okay, with that change, do I have somebody moving that item?
Make the motion.
And this is item number 8?
This is item number 33.
Number 33. Okay, got it.
And is there a second?
I'll second. This is Damon.
Damon? All right, so Matt Alme,
Aye.
Alina, okay.
I think she had to go to
She's no
another
longer here,
appointment.
correct?
Okay, Chuck Bonham,
Yes.
Damon,
Yes.
Fran,
Fran, you're unmuted. Can you speak? Yeah, I see she's unmuted, but I'm not sure if she's able to speak.
are you able to speak? Catherine,
I'll abstain.
and Pete is no longer with us. So unless Fran's on, we do have 3 yes votes, 1 abstention.
So John,
we
here's
don't
my
have enough-
here's my calculus. We still have a quorum.
Fran Tabley, yes, on item 8, or 33, excuse me.
So John, we have a quorum still, and motion passes.
Motion passed.
Yep, I heard all that.
Yep.
Okay, so now I'd like to take the rest of the presentation calendar, read the motion, and then have it moved and seconded. So are we ready for that? So
Yes.
Staff recommends that the Wildlife Conservation Board adopt the written findings as appropriate and approve individual projects number 22 through 33, excluding items 29, 30, and 33, inclusive of the recommended funding sources and amounts as identified in the Wildlife Conservation Board final agenda dated August 26, 2021. Authorize staff to enter into appropriate agreements necessary to accomplish these projects, and authorize staff and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to proceed substantially as planned. So Matt Alme. Whoops, do I have somebody move that? Move it?
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, Matt,
Aye.
Alina's no longer here. Chuck,
Yes.
Damon,
Yes.
Fran,
Yes,
Catherine,
Yes.
right, and Pete's no longer here. So motion passes, Mr. Chair.
That's great. Hey, so here's what I think happens next. First, I'll end where I started. Tough times can lead to, sadness and despair, but WCB and our partners on the phone call are delivering some hope, excitement, energy, optimism, and conservation results to everybody that's been involved today. So thank you so much. The meeting's not over, right, John? I think we will adjourn. Board members migrate over to this discussion we're going to have in closed session. And then we will migrate back to this open line. Our council will report out, and then we'll bang the gavel and close the meeting. I would predict, but it's only a prediction, we might need about 15 minutes for those members of the public that want to wait for us to come back. John, does that sound about right?
That's right, Chuck. Thank you.
Okay. So this is the meeting adjourning temporarily while we go to closed session, and we'll be back.
And board members, don't forget to mute your mics on Zoom if you don't close out of Zoom.
Okay, John, looks like we're back.
We have a quorum back, Chuck.
Yes, and we still incredibly have 22 attendees waiting for us. So props to those folks.
Yeah.
All right.
Great. I just want to report out of closed session that as WCB's counsel, I advised the voting board members on the litigation identified as Jacoby Creek Land Trust versus Douglas Shaw, and received direction from the board members on WCB staff proceeding.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, board members and the public. Just want to invite any last minute comments or questions from the board. And I know I'll be following up again next week or the week after with both our new board members, Damon and Catherine. Looking forward to that. And so any last minute comments from anyone?
Damon has his hand up.
Damon.
Just very briefly, it's been thrilling. This is an amazing organization and staff, and just thrilling to be able to vote on such important projects like Liberty Canyon, Rainbow Canyon, all the others. So thanks to staff and John and Chuck and Rebecca and everyone who's made this such a wonderful introduction to the board. Can't wait to keep working with y'all.
Great, thank you.
And what he said.
All right, thanks, Catherine.
All right.
Want to adjourn, Chuck?
We're adjourned.
Thank
Be
you,
safe,
everyone.
everybody. Yep.
Thanks,
Everybody.
everybody.